Patricio, right here. UFC fight number 2. I guess just how much more comfortable do you feel being here than the debut a few months ago?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I guess what did you learn from the debut experience and that loss to Yair Rodriguez?
The problem is I was very calm. That was my mistake.
Why do you think that was?
Too much experience. 10 years fighting for 5 rounds, 25 minutes. So I saw everything there in the cage. So I was calm and relaxed. That was my mistake.
So what will you do differently this time? Do you need to fight with more urgency, do you think?
For sure. It will be a violent fight.
Yeah. And what did you think when they brought you this fight with Dan Ige? Was this an opponent that you thought made sense to you?
Yeah, makes sense. He's a tough guy. Ele é o porteiro da divisão, ele separa os bons dos ótimos e eu vou chutar essa porta com tudo.
He's the division's gatekeeper. You know, he separates the good from the great, and he's going to kick down that door.
And he's been someone who's historically very hard to finish. Do you feel like you can knock him out or submit him?
I will be the first. I will knock him out or submit him.
And then what do you think this does? Do you think this just kind of gets you back to like top 5 fights like you just had with Yair and you'll get another opportunity against a top 5 guy?
Você acha que essa vitória te bota de volta ali no top 5 contra cara do top 5?
My focus now is to beat him, but after that I want Aaron Pico.
Aaron Pico.
Yeah.
You think that fight makes sense? Like instead of him fighting Movsar?
Movsar is hurt, right?
Yeah.
So now.
Not next week though, right?
He's free. Let's do that.
Yeah.
We were in Bellator for a long time, but I was a champion. He can't go to the belt, and now we can fight. Next week, yeah, ready. Always ready.
Pitbull right over here. On Embedded, you and Coach Thiago said that this week you'll get to show who Patricio Pitbull really is. Do you see this as the perfect week and Dan Ige being the perfect opponent to make that statement with?
Yeah, I think so. He's always come forward, and ele vai apertar o botão que ele vai se arrepender da violência.
He's going to press that button. He's going to start being violent, and he's going to regret it.
I saw that you had Triple C, Henry Cejudo, in Natal, Brazil, right before you came out here to New Orleans. What was his present like, and what was it like having him there for the last couple days?
It was great. We were just making a little adjustment, and that was good for me.
And last question is, the fans were super excited for this matchup between you and Dan Ige. When the matchup was brought to you, what did you think of this?
The perfect opportunity to show who I am.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Patricio over here. Captain Eric has been by your side for a long time. He's always energetic. What's the biggest thing you've learned from him?
Smash everyone. He always saying that, so he's right.
And you and Paulo Costa are both fighting under him. How important is it for both of you to smash your opponents this Saturday night?
You know, both of us need that victory. So next step is very important.
You think you're both going to be fighting for fight of the night, you and Paulo Costa?
Você acha que você e o Borrachinha vão estar disputando ali a luta da noite?
For sure.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Patricio, you're fighting a guy in Dan Ige that really doesn't get finished a lot. Do you think if you could finish him this fight, this would be the perfect statement win that you need to kind of get going in the UFC? Obviously, you got a tremendous career in Bellator, but if you could finish Dan Ige, do you think that'd be the perfect win for you?
I've finished 24 or 25 guys in my career. So that's a tough opponent, but I'm used to that. I'm going to do this.
Thank you, Pitbull.
Thank you.
Pitbull, as you transition to UFC from Bellator, have you made any changes to your training regimen?
Oh, yes. In Bellator, I was used to train for 5 rounds. Isso me deixa com um jogo mais cadenciado. And now I have to fight for 3 rounds, different.
Yeah, fighting 5 rounds creates a more cadenced game plan. So 3 rounds is a lot quicker, a lot different.
Just one more, sorry. What are your just thoughts on the main event? Dustin Poirier retiring against Max Holloway here. Who do you think wins?
I like both guys. They are really tough. I think Poirier is the favorite, but we can doubt about Max Holloway. He's very tough too. Maybe if Poirier retired with the belt, it's going to be a problem.
Pitbull, one last one. On Embedded, you also said that you expect this fight to get pretty ugly. Can you elaborate on that and what you plan to do in the cage on Saturday night?
No Embedded, você falou que a luta vai ficar feia. Que você elabora pouco isso?
Daigi always came forward. He came for my hand, and it's the perfect time to me to decapitate.
Decapitate.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Daniel, obviously another big fight for you, opening a pay-per-view main card like this against a veteran. What does that, I guess, mean for you in your career at this point?
I feel that having the opportunity to fighting somebody like Michael Johnson puts me in a different level in the UFC. Because as you say, he's been here for 14 years for some reason, right? Like he's a tough veteran, top fighter. I respect him a lot as a fighter, but he's just one more stair for myself to get where I want to be. And I'm excited. It's going to be a great fight.
Yeah, and you know, obviously a huge fight on the top of the card too, just to kind of get the shine to the greatest, you know, lightweights right now. What kind of statement are you trying to make?
I want to show to the world that I'm a different version of myself. I know that, again, he's a top fighter. That's what I asked for the fight, you know. He's coming up. It's not like he's a washed-out version of himself. He's actually on a winning streak. And that's why I want to fight him, because I feel that he's in that last part of their career where he's still that good to be a good win against him. But at the same time, he's not. Well, he is actually what he used to be all his career, so that's why I want to fight.
Yeah, what do you just make him at this point? Like you said, a lot of fights, 30 fights in the UFC, so I'm sure a lot of tape for you to study. So what are you kind of expecting out of this fight?
You know, of course, every fighter evolves in each fight, and I know that he's not the exception, either if he have 39 or something like that. He's still evolving. It's just that after all these fights, as you say, we can always expect to see the same version or at least kind of like same things in his fighting style. Again, that doesn't mean that he is not a dangerous fighter, but it's just that at this point I know what he's going to try, and I am ready. I'm well-trained, I'm young, I'm hungry, and I know that overall I am the better fighter.
Do you think going forward with a win like this, like these are the type of names you're going to get, kind of like legacy names in the division a little bit?
I don't want to have legacy names, to be honest with you. I just want to get the fights that put me the closest to the title. I already envision myself as a champion. I work every day with that goal in mind. Bro, I woke up every day and I train like I already have the belt under my waist. So at this point in my career, with 26 years old, the goal is not to have legacy fights, to have whatever. The goal is get that belt around my waist. So that's what I'm trying to do.
When you imagine yourself getting to that belt, do you still see Ilia Topuria as the one holding it?
I don't know, because I heard that he says that have like 3 or 4 fights left. We'll see, you know, eventually everybody says that he's ready. We doesn't even know if Dustin is going to walk out this weekend. You know, he might win to Max Holloway and then ask for a title shot. That can happen. So I don't know what's going to happen in regards to that, but again, I envision myself winning in a fashion way this weekend and then keep building my name until I can have the title shot.
Daniel, what's going on? First time in New Orleans?
Yeah.
How you liking it?
Good. I like the street. I still don't have the opportunity to see a lot of the surroundings, but it's nice. I like the weather, though. It's better than Vegas weather.
Hang tight. The weather's about to get bad. It always is down here. You're fighting a guy in Michael Johnson who, you know, he's fought the who's who in UFC. I mean, he's beat Poirier, you know. Do you think that Michael Johnson still has that dangerous aspect to him where, you know, he could potentially still knock out anybody, and are you looking to finish him this fight? You think you could get a finish over Michael Johnson?
Well, answering the first question, as Rocky says in one of the movies, right? Like the last thing that you lose when you're a fighter is the power of the punches. So I know that he can still knock out whoever he has in front. But again, that's what we get ready. That's why I've been training for so long, because it's not like I've only been training 3 months for this fight, brother. I've been training 13 years of my whole life just to get to this moment. And I'm not planning on let any guy take this away of me. Now, regardless of how I'm planning of winning this fight, I came here to finish Michael Johnson. I just don't want to win the fight. I wanna dominate. I want to show that there's levels in this. I know that I am the less experienced fighter, but I feel that at this point it's not about experience. We are all good fighters in the UFC. It's about who gets the better preparation, who invests the most in their fight camps. And I feel that overall, I've been doing improvements in that area that are going to lead me to have a great win this weekend.
Thank you, Daniel. Best of luck to you.
Thanks, brother.
Devin Johnson. Daniel, you spoke about your preparation. You have now been in the UFC for 3 years. How do you feel you have matured as a fighter?
I feel that I've been changing a lot of things, especially every fight camp. I learn a lot. I am a very susceptible guy to make changes. I like to change because I know that what doesn't challenge you doesn't change you, you know? So I'm always trying to put myself into certain positions where I need to change, I need to improve, not only in the sports theme, like in the personal aspect side of things. Like I like to read a lot, I like to study, I like to keep evolving, because I believe that if you get better as a person, as an individual, you can get better also in sports, in all the aspects of life. Now, regards the sports, again, I am investing in different coaches, in different things, in different machines that can help me to perform better, learning, understanding my body better, and I feel that all those small things combined is what really makes a big difference and a big changes. And I've been feeling it this fight camp, to be honest.
Also, Daniel, I will say that even though Michael Johnson may have a advantage in experience, you do have a physical advantage in being taller and having a longer reach. How do you feel that that may factor as an advantage for you in the fight?
I feel that MMA is a weird sport because a lot of people think that being tall is an advantage. But, I mean, if this were boxing, probably. The problem with MMA is that if you have a taller guy, you shoot, or if you are the shorter guy, you are better at wrestling. Or, you know, I feel that the sport is so complete that the physical aspects of things, like such things like the length, or are not as important. But what we can control is the physical preparation, how we get ready, how we prepare for the fight. And that's where I know I have the advantage. Just because I've been doing my whole fight camp in the Performance Institute in Vegas, they have $2-3 million machines that I can afford to have in my house. But there's no need because I have it there. And I've been using it every day. And that, with all the preparations and with the right coaches, with the right team surrounding me, it's just that I know that I have the better preparation.
Daniel, one question from me. You got some advice from Glory kickboxing champion Rico Verhoeven. What was that experience like, and what type of advice did he give you?
I'm a big fan of kickboxing. Actually, a lot of guys don't know, but my nickname, Golden Boy, it's because of Badr Hari, one fighter that he fights with Rico. My first coach, Raul Romero, fought for K1, and he's a big fan of Rico. I've been following his trajectory for a long time. And I don't know, I was just asking him what it's like to be a champion for 13 title defenses. He's been the world champ for 10 years. It's crazy. And he just told me, you just need to keep doing what you are doing. And for me, that really was meaningful, because having a guy like him saying I watch you training, I watch what you're doing, and you are doing all the right things, just keep doing more of that. That's something that, I don't know, it's just powerful, you know? Having a guy like that saying that to you, it's meaningful.
Daniel, just one question. Before you came over here to New Orleans, you were in Vegas, you were racing the Ferrari, right? What was that experience like, and was that the first time you got to drive a car like that?
Yeah, it was the first time. Actually, that's why I post the pictures, because I not envision myself only as a fighter. I like to do investments. That's another thing that I'm always talking with my coaches. I have very smart coaches surrounding me, and that's something that I like, because I don't want to be one of those fighters like Michael Johnson that I need to be fighting at 39 years old. If I want to fight at 39 years old, I want to do it because I want, not because I need to. So for me, having the experience of driving that car and overall the experience during that weekend was not only about driving the car, but seeing myself having my own and being successful not only as a fighter, but as an entrepreneur, as a businessman. So it's more motivation for me.
How important do you think it is to set up your future now as you're fighting actively, so that maybe down the road you don't have to fight so much, or you could retire at a better age?
I feel that this is the moment, and this is an advice for all the younger guys that might be looking this, because when we have 26, 25, we think, oh, I'm going to have more fights. I can spend in that Rolex, or I can spend $10,000, $15,000 in this and this. And it doesn't make sense because, yeah, right now you might be able to keep fighting and keep getting that money back, but at some point you are not going to be able to do it and then you're going to regret it. So I feel that I am trying to do things the opposite way where I invest all my money right now because, again, I have 26, I don't have a family, I don't have pretty much anything to care. So instead of buying things or spending the money in dumb shit, I just rather invest that and start building a good base and have a better future.
Thank you.
Just one over here. Who you got in the main event between Holloway and Poirier?
What?
Who you got
Oh.
in the main event?
I need to go Poirier. I feel that he's gonna win. It's his last fight. I feel that when I'm gonna talk about what I do and why I feel that he's gonna win. Every time that I step here, I enjoy all because we never know when's the last time that we're gonna be here. So I feel that Poirier, knowing that this is the last time that he's gonna be here doing all these things, I feel that getting ready for that type of fight with that in mind makes you just overall enjoy everything more. So I feel that that psychological part can play a big aspect in the fight. Again, Holloway is a very top fight. He still wanna fight, so that's another thing, you know. Like he's not gonna let Poirier win. But I feel that Poirier, man, he just deserves to go out with that belt. I feel that after all the title shots that he have, the great fight that he put, overall I feel that he deserved it more. Thank you guys, I appreciate it.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, hey, hey. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Hey, hey, 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Cool. You got it.
Brendan. So we're fighting Marvin Vettori this weekend. Something of a rematch, I guess you could kind of say. For people who are unaware of the context, what exactly happened that time you and him had that altercation, everything around it?
Which one?
Oh, okay, there's been a few. The one that got physical at PFL, right?
Yeah. You want the whole story, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically I was there with my wife and some friends, teammates. We were supporting teammates for PFL. And it was time to go. I was leaving. I had people the whole night telling me he's looking for me, and my same response was, I'm not very hard to find. I'm pretty easy to find. And so on the way out, I was walking. I talked to some guy. He was like, yeah, Marvin's looking for you. I was like, okay, cool. Same response. I'm not hard to find. On the way out the door of the arena into the Hard Rock, I look over and my friend Tuco is getting swung on by Marvin. At first, he's like telling him, like, you could see him do this, like, calm down, chill. We're not doing that. Like, he told him, like, yeah, I'm with my wife tonight, and she's pregnant at the time. So I'm like, yeah, that was kind of my thoughts. But anyway, I look and I see him literally swing at my friend Tuco, and my boy muffs him in the throat, like just hits him in the throat and shoves him back. So then I take off running over there. Then people start grabbing me, and there's probably like 40 people, I would assume, at that point, and he ends up somehow creeping off around the crowd and coming back behind me. And obviously there's 40, 50 people. I lose track of him in there, and people grabbing me. So luckily he goes to swing on this side. He somehow gets around and goes to swing, and my boy Tuco smacks his hand as he's swinging, and Tuco ends up hitting me because of the force and everything. So then I go this way, and finally, by then I see him. He circles back this way, and somehow, some way, Michael Johnson gets everyone to move. He's looking me dead in my eyes. As you can see from the camera angles, there's, 3 different angles that I've personally seen, and that video goes around everywhere. He's looking me in my eyes. He puts his hands up. Everyone separates, and what do? You walk away and you're a bitch, or you walk over there and hit him? I walk over there and hit him. And, yeah, I mean, he just kept moving a lot. He was moving fast, like, getting back. He was, like, running away almost, like, fading back. Not running, but, you know. And then somehow his guy grabbed me from behind when I had, like, 30 teammates there. I still don't know how that happened. But, yeah, that's it. He stayed talking, and cops came, and
yeah, all that good stuff. I think it's fair to say Marvin is something of a hothead, right? I think you could say that. So with that in mind, do you kind of take any of this personally, or are you just like, oh, he's just a little bit crazy and it's what he does?
I mean, I always thought the guy was a little bit delusional. I mean, I know we all are delusional to some point, but I mean, when you have like the same reaction and same interactions with people over and over, and it's just always like kind of stupid, to be honest. Like, I don't know. It's like, grow up, man. Like, that's kind of how I feel. Like, I'm almost 30 years old. I got all those kids over there. Like, I'm not trying to act stupid. Like, and that's kind of like the whole point. It was like apparently he got mad at me saying one of his fights was shit. And it was like, man, it takes 2 to fight. You know, it takes 2 people to fight. So if I called your fight shit, like, it's both of you guys. It's not just one. I've had shit fights. If I'm saying it, me as a fighter and other fighters, imagine how many other people you're going to see it from and hear it from. So it's like, if that's what you got mad at, like, all right, bro, we're not cut from the same cloth. We're just different, and that's okay. But the moment you try to put your hands on me is the moment that we have a problem. And the moment you try to put your hands on someone else that I'm close with, because you have a problem with me, we have a problem. And that's just it, man. I don't hold any ill will towards the guy. I sent him a message when his brother died, and never heard anything back. So it's like, all right, whatever, bro. That's the kind of person I am. I mean what I say. Like, it's fuck me, okay, it's fuck you too. Like, and I mean it. Before and after, like, fuck you. If you come up to me and like, yo, I apologize, or like, hey, I was wrong for this, like, we can squash it, because I can admit when I'm wrong. Like, you know, like, oh, I shouldn't have said your fight was shit. I was talking shit just like everyone else does on the internet, or maybe it was, like, whatever. But yeah, man, I just try to stay quiet now. I used to like to have fun on social media, but now it's like, I got kids. I don't want them to do that stupid shit, because even though like fighters talk shit on social media, we can still fight. Like, we can still fight. Like, I don't want my kids to do that, and they can't fight, or they get into trouble or something stupid. Plus, like, I'm with my wife half the time when I go out. Like, I don't want problems. Like, I don't want to have to fight some dude because, oh, you said something on the internet. Like, come on, bro, get over it. Like, I'm not worried about it. So now I just try to stay in my own lane, mind my business. If you ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. I'll answer it as honest as I can. But, yeah, I don't want any problems with nobody. I'm just trying to out here live my life, make some money for my family, and mind my business.
Brendan, right here. A new position for you, right? Never dropped back-to-back fights for you. So where's just your mindset coming into this fight with all the Marvin stuff aside?
I'm just trying to stay positive, focus on myself, get back to where I was when I was winning all those fights. Laziness, complacency, comfort zone, there's none of that this time. It helps that I want to go out there and I want to I want to make him feel pain. You know, I want to make him feel pain. Obviously, he wants to make me feel pain too, but I want to do the same. So the way I hit him is going to be different, you know? Like, the intentions are different. Obviously, I'm going to hit him just like I would any other man that I'm fighting, but the intentions are different. So, but it's not personal for me. Like, it's really not. I'm just going out there to be the best Brendan Allen. Whoever's across the octagon from me will get the same thing.
He's never been stopped before, submitted or knocked out. Do you take that as like kind of a personal challenge, especially you said you're trying to hurt the guy, so I assume that would be included in
Yeah,
that?
definitely. I'm always coming to end the fight. Like, I don't want to be there for the time, 15, 25 minutes. I don't want to do that. Who wants to do that? So I'm always coming to finish. It's to be the first guy to get a guy out of there early is, especially a guy like him that's fought such good guys. He's fought really good guys. He's lost to them. He's beat some of them. Like, so to go out there and finish him is definitely a feather in my cap.
And what does just this fight mean to you, like being here in New Orleans? Obviously, Dustin Poirier's retirement fight. You guys have, you know, years of history together. Does this feel like something special for you?
Yeah, man. I'll take it in after the fight. Once we get the job done on Saturday night, then it's like, okay, we're good. It was a great moment. It was a great experience to do it, hopefully impressively, in front of my family, my fans, my friends, like everyone, in front of almost my home. I only live an hour from here. I'm driving back and forth every day whenever I have to come because I want to sleep in my own bed. I want to be with my wife, with my kids, and see everything, and just be in an environment where I'm happy. Like what's not to be happy about? I'm sitting here. I get paid to go fight some man on Saturday, which is obviously very nerve-wracking, but I get to go see my kids. I get to sleep in my bed. My wife cooks my food for me. Like, it doesn't get any better than that, man. I'm living a great life. I'm very excited, and we'll take it all in Saturday after the job's done, though.
So you like doing the, you know, sleep in your own bed, go home type of thing? Like, I know some fighters, they like the experience of like feeling like you're getting on the plane and staying in the hotel just because it kind of locks you in. You don't need any of that?
I'm a homebody, man. I just like being at home, and I've had a great team around me, great guys around me all camp, and I've been traveling. I travel every camp. I travel all the time. So being home is what is most comfortable to me. And it's been a very, very long time since I get to do this. Like, I haven't got to be home or with my family and for a long time. And luckily, I have guys here that make sure I'm training. I'm keeping me focused and keeping me sticking to what I need to do. They're making sure. They're holding me accountable for my actions and my behaviors. And we're having fun, enjoying the moment, relaxing when it's not. When it's time to train, we switch that gear and we get to work. And Luckily, it's Wednesday, so only one more real training session tonight, and then it's just cut weight, a couple shakeouts, and we get to go put on a show for you guys.
And the next pay-per-view after this is the middleweight title, Dricus and Hamzat. Just give me your thoughts on that fight. How do you think it goes?
I think anything under 2 rounds is Chimaev. I think anything over is Dricus. I think it's going to be hard for Chimaev to get him out of there like he has other guys. I think in deep waters, Dricus is going to be something Chimaev's never had before. You know, that guy, say what you want about him. I'm not a fan of him, but I will give him his props. I'll give him his flowers where he deserves, and that dude can make it a fight, and he can dig deeper probably than anyone. He's very good at digging deep, and that's respectable by itself.
Brendan, what's up, man? Devin.
What up, dog? You got your red beans this week?
Let's go, baby. I hope you got them too, man. Let's
I
get it.
wasn't allowed, bro. I wasn't allowed. I'm
Yeah.
fighting.
My man, he took a few questions that I had planned to ask, but, you know, you one of us, man. Like, you went to school an hour away, bro. You went to Covington High.
Yep.
You know, what does this mean to you? Did you ever even, like, imagine a scenario like this to where UFC brings a pay-per-view card to New Orleans, you fighting on it against a huge rival, you know what I'm saying, a guy that y'all both don't really care for each other? Did you ever even imagine this ever happening?
In these circumstances, no. Obviously, it was always like a goal to make sure that the UFC comes back to New Orleans, you know. Never thought of pay-per-view, never thought. But I thought Dustin would be the only one to do it unless I can win a belt or have a name like Dustin. But reaching a name like Dustin is insane. Like Dustin Poirier. Everybody knows Dustin Poirier, especially from here.
Right.
So I always hope for it. And I'm just I'm happy to be here. Like, everyone talks about my placement on the card, and it is crazy. But I'm just happy to be on the card, you know. I'm just happy to be here at home and put on a show for you guys, because that's, again, this is where I came from. I haven't fought close to New Orleans or close to home in, a long time. Probably like 2017, 2018. So, yeah, it's been a long time.
Have you thought about, like, walkout music and stuff like that? Like, make it some Louisiana exclusive?
Yeah, we got a couple songs streamed together, all Louisiana artists that I like, and yeah, I'm excited. That took a lot of thought.
It has to.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Just while we're on that subject, can you go ahead and give me your top 3 Louisiana artists that you like the most?
Right now, I'm on like a
Frito, probably.
I'm a big Frito Bang fan. That's my number 1 right now.
Yeah.
I like old Kevin Gates, some of his new stuff. Boosie, let's see, NBA YoungBoy. You know what, we got Rob 49 now. That's got a couple good ones coming.
I love all them dudes.
Yeah, you know, Wayne, of course, is number 1. You
Yeah.
know, without Wayne, there's no rap for us that's good as that.
Right. Vettori, I watched something with Vettori on it about like 2 months ago. It was like an interview, and he had said something along the lines of just the thought of your face makes him upset, makes him not like you. What is maybe one thing you could think of about Vettori that makes you maybe not care for him?
His attitude, the way he handles himself and how he talks. Like, it's just like, again, I feel like, bro, grow up, get over yourself. You're a human just like I am. Like, I'm no better than you, you're no better than me. But when you start treating me like that, or treating anyone like you're better than them, it's like, and they didn't give you a reason. It's different if someone gives you a reason.
Right.
But yeah, I just don't like how he carries himself. But again, I'm just trying to stay out the way of it. Like, I'm not trying to interact with you. If you're a bad man or whatever, like, do your thing over there. Just leave me out of it. I don't want no part, because the moment you fuck with me is the moment you're gonna get what you want. You're gonna get it. Just leave me alone. Leave me and my family alone, and we're okay.
Bro, I wish you the absolute best, and I'm just so happy for you, man.
Thank you, brother. It's great to see you here, man. You know, I'll be watching the Red Beans.
Let's go.
Brendan, back in 2020, you made a post about the recognition you received from Lil Wayne. Are you excited to have him in attendance this week once again?
Yeah, man, it's super cool, right? It's super cool to see this guy that I've been listening to and watching since I was, like 10, maybe earlier. You know, that comes from Louisiana, that put Louisiana on the map almost. It's going to be great, man. It's going to be great. It's cool that I've got, you know, a shout out from him before when me and Dustin fought on the same card. And, man, I'm just ready for Saturday night, man. I'm ready to get there. And it takes 2 to make a war. I'm going to do my part to make a war.
I know you spoke about it a lot, about fighting Marvin Vettori and all the things that kind of happened in the lead up to this. Fighting here in Louisiana, fighting Marvin Vettori, does it just seem like the picture-perfect fight week for you?
As long as the outcome is what we expect it to be, yes. If not, then it really doesn't mean nothing, man. It's always great to make memories. I've lost and made great memories with my wife and my son and my kids and my family, but they don't hit home as much without a win. So the focus is just getting the win, being the best version of myself, getting the win on Saturday night, and then after that we can put everything into perspective.
And last question, I saw that you went out to Chicago, right, to train with Bilal and his team out there. What was that experience like for you and being around those guys before you make this fight?
It was amazing. I needed a change. I needed to I was plateauing as a fighter, and I needed to go grow. I've been plateauing for a while. Wasn't adding anything to my game. Was just kind of sharpening the things that I had. But you know, you get to a point you got to add to beat these guys. You got to add to finish guys. You got to grow. You have to. If you just stagnate, you're not going to do anything good. So I went there. I learned a lot. Got pushed a lot. They took me in and treated me like one of their own. And I'm so appreciative to Bobby. We're together. The energy we had for Tuco, the commitment we had to him. It was just it don't get any better than that, man. Like I said, it was better than me winning myself. Him getting his first win like that. He earned that. You know, he didn't just go out there and get a lucky punch or anything. He had to dig deep at certain points, but he handled adversity like a true professional at the highest level, and I'm super proud of him.
Earlier you mentioned about your placement on the card. Like, are you disappointed that you wasn't on the main card?
I mean, it's kind of weird, to be honest. Like, we're higher ranked than everyone but the main event. So, and I'm from here. Like, I live an hour. I live closer than everyone. So it's weird. But again, I'm just thankful to be on the card. That's all. I'm just thankful to be here and be able to put on a show for everyone and just have the experience.
And obviously, I know you're going to be pulling for Dustin, but how do you think he gets it done in the main event?
Oh, man. Decision. You know, Max is a freaking stud. He's so tough. He's so good. And at 55, look what he's doing. So, honestly, it's one of those fights. I don't know who's going to win. I don't know. But no matter what, all the fans are the lucky ones because it's going to be an amazing fight. It's going to be an amazing fight.
Devin Johnson. Brendan, I recently saw in an interview that you said the first time that you trained with Dustin, he knocked you to the ground. How influential has he been on your career, and what does it mean for you, for both of you guys, to be such iconic fighters for Louisiana?
Well, we started on the ground. He just hit me super hard, like from ground and pound in my guard. Yeah, I was like 14, man. That was crazy. But Dustin's a great person, man. If you want to be like somebody and you're from here especially, you want to be like Dustin, you know? What he does for the community, what he does for fighting as a whole, what he does for Louisiana, what he does for his family. Like, he's a super respectable human. Not a respectable fighter, not a respectable dad, like everything. How he's able to organize everything in his life to make sure he gives his whole everything the proper, you know, attention it needs is very respectable. And if you've never done it or had a piece of that, then you don't understand how hard it is to juggle being a fighter, being a dad, the businesses he's involved in, the sponsors he has. Like, I have a lot on my plate, and that man's probably got even more on his plate for sure. So how he handles that and is able to bring attention and the proper attention to everything is super, super respectable. Thank you, guys.
Roman. Obviously, a big fight for you, the co-main event of a pay-per-view against a former title challenger. What do you feel this opportunity means for your career?
Огромная возможность для тебя — это бой против человека, который до этого был претендентом на титул. Что для тебя означает эта возможность?
Да, я очень рад сразиться с Пауло. Очень хороший соперник. Шанс проявить себя. Главный бой вечера. Мы готовы.
Yeah, I'm very happy to fight against such an opponent as Paulo. This is a big name. This is a huge opportunity for me. Co-main event. I'm excited. I'm ready, and this is a chance for me to show what I can do.
This fight was originally scheduled for last month. Were you frustrated at all by the delay, and how did you make sure that you can peak for this week when you're already training for a month prior?
Изначально этот бой был назначен на прошлый месяц. Что изменило то, что его перенесли? Потому что наверняка ты подходил уже к пику, потом нужно было остановиться и начать заново. Что-то изменилось, как-то повлияло на подготовку или нет?
Да, бой перенесли, но мы только стали сильнее, так что мы немножко отдохнули и продолжили тяжелые тренировки и чувствуем себя хорошо.
Yeah, the fight got rescheduled, but we only got stronger this way. You know, we rested for a little bit when we knew about the reschedule, and then we started over again, and we feel really good, and nothing can stop us.
And what do you just think of Paulo? Obviously, he had an undefeated start to his career, and then since he fought Israel Adesanya, it's been a lot of layoffs and mixed results and stuff. So what do you make of him coming into this fight at this stage of his career?
Какие мысли о Paolo и о том, где он находится в своей карьере, потому что он начал непобедимым, а потом подрался с Адесаньей, и после Адесаньи у него было какое-то непонятное, это все время проигрыши, как это снимался все время. Как ты думаешь, где он находится сейчас вообще в своей карьере?
Ну, находится в топ-15, это в любом случае элита дивизиона, так что я думаю, что он находится там, где должен находиться.
You know, either way, with all the delays and all the mishaps with his career, he's still in the top 15, which is still the elite part of the division. So I think he's exactly in his career where he's supposed to be.
And what do you think a win over him does for you? There's a title fight at middleweight next month. Where in the division does beating him land you, do you think?
Как ты думаешь, победа над Paulo Costa, если все пройдет удачно, что это делает для тебя? Потому что в следующем месяце будет бой за чемпионство в твоем дивизионе. Что для тебя делает победа над ним?
Да, это большой бой для меня, и победа, она приблизит меня к вершине нашего дивизиона, да, к бою за пояс. Каждая победа над таким соперником будет только приближать меня к бою за пояс.
Yeah, it's a really big fight for me. It's a huge opportunity, and a win over such an opponent as Paulo Costa will just bring me closer to the top of the division. Every victory gets me closer to where I need to be.
Who do you think wins the title fight between Dricus du Plessis and Hamzat?
Кто выиграет титул, Хамзат или ДДП?
Я даю предпочтение Хамзату.
I favor Hamzat.
Roman, you're the co-main event for Dustin Poirier's final fight. How honored are you that the UFC trusts you in such an important card?
Ты в главном событии в последнем бое, на карде, в котором последний бой у Дастина Пориер. Как ты думаешь, насколько для тебя это честь, что UFC доверила именно тебе такую возможность?
Да, я очень благодарен UFC, Дани, Мику. Я буду стараться не подвести их ожидания и ожидания фанатов. Я очень рад быть в главном событии.
Yeah, it's a huge honor for me. I'm very thankful to UFC, to Dana, to Mick, for everybody who gave me this opportunity. I'll make sure to try and answer their trust and make sure to do whatever I can to show a great fight for the fans.
And Paulo Costa, he's quite the character on social media. He's usually posting funny things. What do you make of his antics?
Paulo Costa достаточно прикольный чувак, у него очень классное видео в соцсетях. Что ты думаешь вообще о его персонаже, о его характере?
Еще лично не виделись, но я думаю, нормальный, хороший парень. Очень хорошо раскручивает бои, показывает хорошие поединки, так что приятно разделить октагон с профессионалом.
I haven't seen him face to face yet myself, but I think he's a fun, interesting guy. You know, he PRs the fights really well, and he's got a big personality. So I think it's going to be an honor and a fun fight for us to meet inside the octagon.
Привет, Роман. Паулу Коста сказал, что бой закончится или в первом раунде, или во втором. В общем, он сказал, что всех 15 минут не будет, по крайней мере, с его стороны. И будешь ли ты искать финиша тоже? И увидим ли мы в деле твою легендарную левую ногу?
Paulo Costa said that the fight is not going to last all 3 rounds. Most likely it's going to be a finish in the first or maybe the second, but definitely not going to need the entire 15 minutes. Will you also look for the finish, and will we see once again your legendary left leg?
Да, я читал, да. Я много слышал в своей карьере подобных высказываний, но мало удавалось кому это сделать. Так что я люблю это напряжение, это давление. Меня это только мотивирует. Посмотрим, что будет 19-го.
You know, I read that, I saw that, and you know, many times in my career I've seen somebody say something like that, but not a lot of people were able to successfully commit to what they said. So, you know, we'll see on the 19th. The fight will show, but we're excited to see what's going to happen.
Ты мне вчера рассказывал, что смотрел бой в Нэшвилле, бой Криса Кёртиса, твоего последнего соперника, и болел за него. Значит ли это, что то, что происходит в октагоне, это просто бизнес, а за пределами вы хорошо ладите со своими соперниками?
You told me that you just recently saw the Nashville fight of Chris Curtis, the guy that you last beat, your last opponent, and you were rooting for him. So can we say that you think that everything that happens inside the octagon is just business, and outside you guys are friendly and there's no hard feelings of any kind?
Да, конечно, то, что было в октагоне, остается в октагоне. После, ну, по крайней мере, у меня нету никакой вражды. Я ко всем отношусь с уважением. Неважно, как закончился бой. Так что я болел и очень рад, что он победил.
Yes, whatever happens in the octagon stays in the octagon. I have no hard feelings to anybody. I don't dislike anybody. I actually try and respect everybody, all of my opponents. It doesn't matter the way the fight finishes or the way the fight ends or the way it goes. For me, it's all respect, and I'm going to keep going that way.
И последний вопрос от меня. Что ты скажешь Бачатскому, который проснется рано утром в воскресенье, чтобы на тебя посмотреть?
And final question, what are you going to say to the Bachatsky region that's going to wake up really early in the morning just to watch your fight?
Огромное спасибо, да, моим фанатам с моего родного, говорит, с поселка Бачатский. Очень рад, что они просыпаются, смотрят. И надеюсь, и верю, что мы после боя повторим легендарную фразу «Бачатский, мы в Новом Орлеане».
A huge thank you to all the fans that will wake up and watch me, that support me all the time from my region, from Bachatsky. It's very important for me to feel their support, and I'm hoping that once they wake up really early and once we finish the fight, we'll be able to say the key phrase that we always say, that Bachatsky, we are in New Orleans.
Спасибо, удачи в субботу.
Спасибо.
The final career media day, man. How does it feel just to, I guess, be going through these steps for what will be the final time?
A little surreal. It's kind of comes in waves. It feels like a normal fight week. All the pressure, all the obligations of fight week, cutting weight, repetitive interviews, thinking about the fight nonstop in the back of my head. But then every now and then it'll creep in like, I can't believe this is the last time I'm ever gonna sit in front of you guys.
Yeah, we had Brendan Allen in here a few minutes ago, and he was saying like he's staying at home all fight week, driving down here every day. Did you consider that, or is it a little too far? And do you feel like you need to be kind of here to lock in more?
Yeah, with all the stuff these guys stack on my itinerary, which is ridiculous and way too much, I couldn't drive back and forth like that multiple times. I flew in from South Florida to Lafayette. Me and the team stayed at my house for 2 or 3 days, trained at my gym, and then drove down here yesterday.
You had the face-off with Max yesterday, iconic location. I guess seeing him now after some years and sizing him up for the first time, any takeaways from that?
That boy is big, man. Nah, it was just cool feeling, cool moment to do it in a place that me and my family had such great memories. Amazing that it's here in New Orleans and in front of that church. It's just an incredible way to end this thing.
Is the plan for Saturday with the walkout and Wayne and everything, is that all finalized? And can you give us some hints of what it might look like?
It'll be a little bit of James Brown, a little bit of Wayne. Yeah, Wayne's walking out with me.
Sick. So you're sticking with the James Brown team?
I mean, I have to, bro. Come on. I have to. And I paid the cost to be the boss. So I can't, on my last one, I can't switch it up I can't go that far away from it. I need to hear that. I need to feel that vibe before I fight somebody.
Yeah, and last training camp, I know you had said at the start you want to do everything right, like cut out even the little bit of drinking, all that stuff. Now that you're sitting here and all the work is behind you, do you feel like this was what it needed to be for the final fight?
Yeah, I did. Not that I didn't check all those boxes in every other training camp. I just really, really focused. I'm 90-something days completely sober, no alcohol, no marijuana. I don't like the diet fad talk, but I've carnivore, like I hate tossing around keto, carnivore, stuff like that, but for probably 4 months, 5 months, I've been eating just, I guess, kind of like a carnivore, just meat and berries, little vegetables here and there, and dude, I'm in the best shape. This is the lightest I've ever shown up to fight week. Incredible. So yeah, I did everything right.
Yeah. And in there on Saturday, Joe Rogan won't be doing the call, so Daniel Cormier, I think, will be doing that final interview with you. What's, I guess, that going to mean, especially given the Louisiana connection with him?
Yeah, closing it out with Rogan would be cool, but also DC, the legend he is, and the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame he is, just everything he brings is awesome to be able to talk to him when it's all said and done, another Louisiana boy in New Orleans, so it's special.
Yeah. And then just in terms of the fight itself, like what, I know you'd love to go in there and do something spectacular. What are you expecting out of Max? You said he looked pretty big when you saw him yesterday, so a lot of questions around his durability too after being knocked out for the first time. What's this fight going to look like in your mind?
Yeah, with the durability talk, it's tough to say. A lot of things play into that, genetics, lifestyle, all kinds of stuff. We'll find out Saturday night if that shot really affected him. That's my goal, is to find out. But I'm expecting another war. I've been saying this every interview when I asked about this trilogy with Max. This is a trilogy spanning 13 years, and we've met at different points. We were different fighters, different men. So each fight has been so different. Even looking back to the last fight with him, there's little takeaways, but I think this is a whole different thing. So it's exciting, man. And Max is a legend, Hall of Famer, done incredible things in his career, and going to continue to do so. And a good person. So fighting him for the last one, it seems poetic. Me being his debut in the UFC, him being my last fight, everything's happening at the right time.
Dustin, we see fighters talk about retirement and saying like, they don't have stuff to fill their days and they miss it. But you're going out on your own terms and picking when you're choosing to retire, right? The sport's not retiring you, as you said.
Exactly.
So, but on Sunday morning, do you think you'll be happy to be retired?
I don't know. I got to go through it before I talk about it. There will be some. I think for sure I can say there'll be some relief of that weight on my back of fighting since I was a kid, always thinking about training, always thinking about my physical condition, what my opponents might be doing, what techniques are new, just not having that constant, I won't even call it a burden, that constant cloud in my head thinking about combat sports. I'm still gonna train, I'm still gonna stay fit, but I don't have to compete at the highest level. I don't have that hanging over me anymore. And it might be good, it might be bad, maybe I need that hanging over me, I don't know. I gotta find out.
And obviously, leading up to this, I'm sure it's just like, let's talk about your career, let's reminisce about this. Does any part of that start getting distracting? Like, I'm not retired yet, I still have to fight Max Holloway on Saturday. So do you kind of get a little bored of, or kind of you're not really ready to reminisce yet?
I haven't really dived into that part of it, really sitting back and saying, wow, what a career. But there has been moments of things that I forgot about just because I've been fighting for a while, highlights that I forgot about, or moments throughout the fight weeks that I'll see a video of. And it's kind of cool. I really feel, because I don't view myself as that, I just feel like a normal guy, a fighter, chasing dreams. I don't look back and think like, oh, I did do some pretty cool stuff. But the love and outreach from fans and stuff has been incredible this last training camp. I've seen so many people. I feel appreciated. It feels good because I never like sit back and look at myself like that. I'm always chasing the goal. I never look at it. So it's been a lot of love, man.
Yeah, justifiably so. Last one from me. Let's say coming to the last minute of the fight, you've been through a war. Last 10 seconds, Max points to the ground. You have to jump the guillotine, right? You have to jump the guillotine right away.
Of course, bro. That's my plan, is to point down. As soon as we start swinging for the fences, double leg, let's grapple.
Dustin, what does it mean to you to have the Acadiana Lafayette community here literally and figuratively in your corner for your last bout?
It's amazing, I've been saying it all week. I don't come from a place with silver spoons, a lot of money. I don't come from that. So all the travels and fights that I've had all over the world, a lot of people don't get to go. A lot of people missed out some big moments in person. So to be so close to home where they can hop in their car and drive to New Orleans and have people in the arena, fans, family, friends that never got to see me compete live for this last one is super special.
And has the reality really set in that this is actually going to be taking place in New Orleans and it's the perfect setup for you to not only go out on a high note, but as well as have all of your friends, family, and team along your side?
Yeah, I kind of think about it here and there. Last night, laying in bed before I go to sleep, that was my first night checking into my Airbnb here in New Orleans and doing the paperwork. I'm like, wow, it's really happening. This is really, really happening. But I think, like I said, I think it's just the right time. I don't want to get retired from the sport. I don't want this sport to chew me up, and I want to walk away. I don't want it to retire me.
Thank you, Dustin.
Dustin, do you think the fact that it being your final one and also the fact that it's here, do you think that adds an extra kind of sentimental component to the weekend?
100%, no question about it. Just being here in the vibe of New Orleans and knowing that it's my last fight, knowing that I have a great, worthy opponent standing across from me who's going to bring the fight, it feels special. It feels special to me.
Dustin, what's up, man? Before I even ask a question, just wanted to let you know, man, super grateful, appreciate everything you've done to represent Louisiana. You've done it the right way, and I just think that this is amazing, man, that you're down here, about to fight your last fight down here. It's just super dope, man. Some of your best memories growing up in Louisiana when you were a kid, does anything come to mind?
As far as
just really not even UFC, not even fighting stuff, just growing up in Louisiana, maybe some things you did.
I mean, as it pertains to fighting, coming here to New Orleans when I was a young kid, I think 2008, I might have fought in the Superdome. Rich Clemente put on a show during a car show, and they were doing it in the Superdome. He set up a cage in the middle of the cars, and I don't know if there's ever been before or after another mixed martial arts fight in the Superdome, but in 2008, I fought in the Superdome. That's a crazy memory, man. Growing up in Louisiana, having everybody there and fighting in where I grew up watching the Saints play, that's incredible.
That's a legendary name, too, Rich Clemente. I mean, people down here, we know Rich Clemente.
Of course.
What do you think makes Louisiana people so great? You know what I'm saying? So different. You know, what do you think it is about Louisiana people that's just so one of a kind?
Work ethic, you know, the grit we have instilled in us from a young age, or growing up where I grew up. You know, we're not scared to work hard and earn things. I feel like that's been a huge part of who I am as a fighter and a man from being raised like that. Just the grit of the day-to-day grind.
Last question is, who is somebody that maybe isn't here no more that you wish was still here that could see you today in this huge moment where you're about to fight your last fight? You know, you've accomplished so much. Is there somebody that you wish was still here to see you today?
My grandmother.
Thank you, Dustin. Appreciate it, man.
Dustin, right over here. It's hard to imagine you're, stepping away after the presence that you've had on the sport for the past close to 20 years, man. Do you think that down the road, I know right now you're focused on family, but down the road, what's the involvement going to look like? Can we expect to see you maybe coaching, open a gym? Do you look to give back to the sport at another time?
I would love to give back to the sport, but like honestly, starting from a blank slate or teaching kids, opening a gym isn't a passion of mine. I currently work with guys who are established and have a career, and if I can sprinkle something, add something in their game, help them out, I would love to do so. But I would also love to stay connected to the sport, working with ESPN or doing desk analyst work. You know, I've had a few times on the desk, and I really enjoy that stuff. So I definitely want to stay connected to the sport, and I'll never be all the way out. Even though I'm retired, my buddies own gyms around me. I'm going to be going back to American Top Team, seeing my guys, and I'm always going to be on the mats. So it's not a sport like a seasonal thing. This is a lifelong, it's a lifestyle. I'm going to be, until I'm old and gray and my hip finally gives out on me, I'm going to be on the mats learning stuff.
And last for me, I want to say congrats on your career, man. For me, a lot of my earliest memories involve you when I was, coming up watching MMA, and I don't mean to make you feel old at all, but when you think about the career that you've built, the legacy that you've built, what's maybe one thing that you hope sticks with this MMA community and something that they really remember about Dustin the Diamond Poirier?
That anytime you saw my name on a fight card or saw a fight of mine get announced, you knew it was going to be a war and I was going to leave it all in there. I didn't cut corners. I just took what I was given at that moment and made the best of it to prepare myself for those fights, and I always gave it my all, man. I just want people to remember me as a warrior.
Just a few things like outside of your fight. What was your reaction to Ilya becoming the new champ and knocking out Charles?
It's not that I didn't think he could do it or it would happen. I was just surprised like everybody else. You know, we never seen Charles put out like that. We've seen Charles stopped, but we've never seen him put out like that. And then just the streak the guy's on. You know, I'm a big fan. Anytime he's fighting, I'm watching. I keep saying the same thing, but he's everything he said he is so far, right? And he's still young. The sky's the limit. So he's him.
Who do you think should be next for Ilya?
Who should be next for Ilya? 55 has always been so cloudy at the top. Maybe Gaethje. I think him going to 170 to fight Islam, if Islam wins, is a stretch. You know, Islam's big, man. I've never seen Ilya in person, but he seems smaller. I know obviously he can knock anyone out. I do think if they fight, Ilya can knock anybody out from 45 to 170. He has the skills, the power, the technique, and but we've just never seen him in there with somebody that big and somebody with that caliber of wrestling. But I think he should defend the 55 title a few times before that's talked about. We'll see.
And speaking of Islam, what's your thoughts on him moving up to welterweight?
He's a big guy. I think he's going to fill into that weight. He's a really big 155er. So I think his lifestyle outside of training camp is going to be a little more comfortable, and he'll fill into that weight class no problem. He could be champion there for sure.
How do you think he does against JDM?
I think the beginning of the fight's going to tell the story, like how well JDM does at getting up, how well JDM does at keeping Islam off of his feet, off of his legs, off of the cage. It's tough to call that because JDM's a big guy, athletic. I'm excited about that. A lot of fun fights in the future.
Hi, Dustin. Chantel here. Can you settle the score? Who has better food, 504 or 337?
Depends what kind of food we're talking about. Because out here, this is Creole.
Gumbo.
Out there, 337. 337. You guys put tomato in your gumbo.
Hey, Dustin. Devin Johnson here. I wanted to ask you, as you return for your last fight, you return home, you're on the precipice of completing a trilogy against a fellow Hall of Famer, and you also can go out as the baddest man. How ceremonial would this victory be for you?
It would be huge. It would be a dream come true, you know. My last fight, laid the gloves down in Louisiana. My debut in the UFC, I walked out to a Lil Wayne song. My final fight in the UFC, I'm walking out with Lil Wayne. I provided a beautiful life for my family, chasing this dream. I've learned a lot about myself. I've built businesses. I've built relationships with people that are going to be part of my life forever. Going out with that belt in Louisiana, not getting on a flight Sunday morning, driving home in a state where I live and reside, a state where I was raised and reside, is a storybook, a storybook ending. So if I can get my hand raised Saturday night, walk out of there with that BMF belt, I'm the baddest motherfucker forever, man.
And your nickname is the Diamond. You have personified that nickname with your razor-sharp approach to the sport. What does it mean to be known as the Diamond?
Somebody gave it. Tim Crater, a former UFC fighter, gave me that nickname back when I had maybe 5-6 pro fights. I fought my whole amateur career and most of my beginning of my pro career with no nickname, and one day he just gave me that nickname, and it was fitting. Diamonds are created under pressure, and that's where I thrive. So, the underdog. Thank you, guys.
Daniel, right over here. Finally getting to do this fight with Kevin Holland. Obviously, this was scheduled on that card where everything went insane a few years ago. Was this one that you wanted to do, like before the career was over?
Yeah, no, definitely. I've said it multiple times in my career because this is actually the third time that we're scheduled to fight. And it's kind of like one of those things, like the fans want it, I want it, he wants it, everyone's excited for it. Definitely one of those fights I feel like I can't end my career not knowing what would have happened, so it's a great matchup.
Yeah. Can you take us back to the previous time? Like there was so much chaos there. We had the photos of you guys facing off, and then it was downhill after that, I guess. Is that like one of the craziest weeks you've had in your career?
Yeah, man. That's crazy how it all played out. I ended up fighting someone completely different when I had been training for him, and yeah, I mean, I'm happy I was able to be a part of such a crazy event.
What do you just make of Kevin? Obviously, he's been very active this year. I think he'll be the first guy to fight 4 times in the UFC this year. That's kind of been the MO for him. But when you have that much footage to go off, all those type of things, how does that help you prepare?
Yeah, Kevin's always been active, really active, and I'll fight anybody, bro. It's like I don't really watch tape. I just go and train and work my hardest. I know he's got a few submissions. He got knockout power, but yeah, man, I just prepared my hardest for this fight.
How much time did you actually have? Because it was kind of a late addition to the card.
I think about something like 4 weeks, maybe, like 4.5 weeks, maybe less, like 3.5 weeks.
That's enough time for you, though.
Yeah. I mean, I never get out of shape. I just fought 2 months ago, and jumped right into fight camp right after that. One of my teammates fought in another organization, and yeah, they asked me about the fight 3.5 weeks ago. I was like, yeah, all I had pretty much had to do is just up my cardio, and all the skill sets are there. I know how to fight. It was just a cardio thing, and I felt like I'm ready.
Yeah, weight was low and everything. So
yeah, weight's perfect.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And what does beating Kevin, do you think, at this stage do for your career?
It's huge. It's definitely be one of the biggest wins in my career. I feel like it'll put me back in the rankings. And yeah, it's an amazing fight, man. I'm gonna go out there and try my hardest to win.
Yeah, and main event of this card, obviously Dustin Poirier's retirement fight against Max Holloway. What do you think happens in that BMF title fight?
Man, I'm a huge fan of both fighters. Dustin is actually one of my favorite, one of my favorite fighters in the UFC, and Max Holloway is obviously one of my favorite fighters in the UFC. But I would like to see, Dustin retire with the, in his hometown on a high note,
And when you look upwards in your division, I think the next title fight we're going to get is going to be Jack Della Maddalena and Islam Makhachev. What do you think of that fight and Islam coming up to welterweight?
I think Islam's going to have some trouble, It's a whole different weight division. I think Della Maddalena, I don't even know how to say his fucking name, to be honest with you.
You nailed it. You're good.
Yeah. Yeah, he showed great takedown defense against what's the other guy's name?
Muhammad.
Yeah.
You don't remember?
Yeah. I forgot his name. What's his name? I don't know. Yeah, the bully guy. Yeah. Yeah, no, he looked great. And his striking's good. I think Islam's striking's not that good, and with some good takedown defense, I think what's his name wins.
Drod, both you and Holland are going to be searching for your 3rd consecutive victories. Have you thought about the momentum, and maybe does a win feel a little bit better, mean a little bit more with the momentum that both you and Kevin Holland are on or have right now?
Yeah, man, of course, win feels the best in the world, especially the way I won in my last fight. I'm definitely, that's like a feeling, it's amazing, man. There's no other feeling in the world. I think, yeah, we're both coming off 2 wins. And, yeah, man, I'm just as hungry as ever, dude. I'm just hungry for this win.
And in previous fight weeks, I've heard you speak about potentially like how you'd stack up in golfing against other UFC fighters. But this week on Embedded, your handles were put on display with a basketball. How do you think you'd stack up against some other UFC fighters on the court? And if you could have another, you know, a 5-man team, who would you pick to be those other 4?
Oh, man. Who would my 5 be? Myself. Man, that's a hard one. That's a hard one because, you know, not everybody knows how to ball, you know? But, yeah, we definitely gotta do like a tournament, like a UFC tournament, either a golf tournament or a basketball tournament. I think it'll be dope.
What position would you be? Them handles look pretty good, man.
Man, what position was Kobe? Yeah, I won't be that position.
Thank you.
Hey, D-Rod, what's up, man? So you and Kevin Holland are both from California, right? I'm pretty sure he's from California.
I just found that out.
Me too.
Yeah, I just found that out. He's from the Riverside area.
Have y'all ever ran into each other out there, like before UFC?
Nah, man, nah. I had heard about him a long time ago when he fought one of my old teammates, Curtis Millender, in LFA, I think it was. And yeah, I just always thought he's a Texas guy.
That's what I thought too. So it's well documented that you grew up in like a crazy environment. You know, you grew up in a tough environment. What made you like just kind of like flip the switch and say, you know what, man, screw this. I'm about to pursue UFC. I'm about to pursue being a fighter.
It was really like I just got tired of going to prison and shit, you know. And I started having kids, and I just like I got tired of it, you know, wasting time. And I remember one time I got out of jail, and my cousin invited me to go watch a UFC event, and I just fell in love with the sport, you know. And it's just I obsessed over it, you know, and I loved it so much that I wanted to do it, you know. I wanted to train because prior to that, I was just a knucklehead on the streets fighting for no reason, you know, and you know, walked in the gym one day and never left.
Last thing for me, man, you've beaten some tough guys, dude, and you fought a lot of dudes. You know, you beaten Mike Perry, you know, Lee Jangalang, you know. How do you feel about your career up until this point?
I feel good about it, man. After like these past 2 wins is like I feel like a revival, like a resurgence, you know, because shit got real hard. You know, I took 3 losses in a row, tough dudes. I'm fighting the best guys in the world, and you know, I'm truly blessed to be here. And every day I wake up and I'm able to do this, it pushes me even harder because, you know, I could be sitting in a jail cell somewhere or working some bullshit job, you know. So I'm just truly blessed and very fortunate to. Well, it's all hard work though, you know. I feel like I gotta work twice as hard for everybody else who's been doing it longer than I have, you know. And you know, I just got that fighter spirit, man. I'm just a true fighter, you know.
Appreciate it, D-Rod. Wish you the best, man.
Thank you.
D-Rod over here. You've helped train with your former opponent, Ian Gary. I wanted to know, what did you learn from him, and how far do you think he can go in the welterweight division?
I'm actually happy Gary's in the position he's in. He's been putting on shows. You know, I hate losing, you know, but I'm glad he's in the position he's in. I don't feel that bad about it now, you know. I was able to, honestly, the whole reason why I worked with him is because I wanted to spar him, you know, and my management team, we have the same management team, and they kind of asked for the favor, and I wanted my run back, you know. I wanted to know what would have happened, you know, because I was like, damn, he got me. So I really just wanted to spar him, and he ended up being pretty cool. You know, he's not a bad guy. You know? He's a little annoying sometimes, but you know, that's just some dudes. That's just their character, you know. But he's cool. You know, I learned a lot about him. You know, I don't think he's a bad guy.
And you've been in his corner for a fight. Would you ever consider having him in your corner?
Nah. It's cool. Yeah, I mean, they paid me for that, so. Thanks. Thank you.
Finally getting to do this thing with Brendan Allen, right? I know you guys gave us a little preview not that long ago, but the real thing is happening Saturday. Are you glad you're getting this fight in the cage?
Yeah, for sure. Finally, yeah. It's, it was a long time coming, and finally we'll settle in the octagon.
Mm-hmm. He was in here a bit ago, and he kind of told us his side of the story that happened in the casino and everything. Can you share your recounting of that night?
He's just, I don't know. He lives in Florida, but I haven't seen him. I've never seen him because around that time I said if I see him, it's on site, And I saw him coming out, and I still had my shoulder fucked up, but I just, I just went at him, and then I landed a few, and then he wanted to get me back, but then there was there was a lot of people in between, and I thought I thought there's too many people around. We're in a casino. Eventually, nothing's gonna happen. Then I look over 1 second just to see what's going on, what was going on, because there was a bunch of security coming around and stuff, and then they just let him go. I didn't it's my fault, whatever. But even then, it's nothing really. Nothing really happened. He couldn't even land a punch. Even he kind of sucker punched me, and then. But then it is what it is. It's nothing. Honestly, I was kind of pissed because nothing really happened, and then I haven't seen him since. He lives around there, but I don't see him. But it's all right. At the end of the day, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But you run his mouth. Some people think that nothing's gonna happen. You run your mouth, and then you move. You got to move differently, because if I see you, it's on site. I don't. It is what it is, but it's like that with me.
Would you call this fight personal or no?
Well, yeah, I mean, for sure. I wanna, yeah. I definitely don't like the guy. I definitely don't like the guy.
And I know, at the start of this camp, you had some pretty hard times personally with the loss of your brother and stuff. Was that, do you feel like you had enough time to process before starting the camp? Do you feel like you need this fight to maybe help cathartically, or can you just kind of talk about what it's been like these past couple months dealing with that?
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? It's like I gotta keep doing what I'm doing, and that's my way to kind of go over. Not go over. You're never gonna go over something like that, but it's gotta do something purposeful and meaningful, and something that gets you going in the morning, and I was always an example of resilience for him and for everybody around me, and I feel like at this time this is what I'm put up to, what I've been put here to do, so I'm gonna keep doing that, and then listen, physically I'm good, and I just can't wait to get into that cage and hurt him, to be honest, by now.
Mm-hmm. And is this your second camp at ATT or first?
Second, but I've been there for a while. Just I just got this massive injury, and then so.
Yeah, was that one of the harder injuries to deal with that you've ever had?
Oh, I mean, by far. That was a career-ending injury, to be honest. Everything was torn, and my shoulder, everything was fucking torn. It's like. My last fight, I thought I was good. I was not, because it's still I mean, I was good. I'm not. It's not that I'm making excuses. It's just I wasn't fully ready in the sense to go. I wasn't scared of re-injuring it, but it's it takes a long time up until you can actually let go the way you would the way back to normal kind of thing. So. Yeah, it's been taking forever. It was a bad, everything was torn. All my ligaments were pretty much torn on my shoulder.
Yeah, I guess, where do you feel you are in your career with the win here, right? You've obviously experienced the highs of fighting for that title, a lot of great fights in the UFC, only 31 years old, I believe, still. So where do you feel this puts you in the division?
Yeah, put me back in the win column, and put me back in the mix, and, I still definitely believe I got a run in me, and I got a lot to show still, and a lot to do, and you know, this fight is big. This fight means everything. It's like I said, it's now or never. You know, it's like this is a turning point for sure. And again, I don't put any pressure on myself in a sense, because the worst thing that could have happened in my life already happened. And you know, the really important things are others, but this means a lot. This means everything. This is like you know, I have to do it for. Yeah, you know, it's very important to this fight, because if it doesn't happen, then it's, you know, it takes a weird turn.
And speaking of, you know, looking up at the top of the division, the title fight is in a few weeks between Dricus and Hamzat. Can you just give me your prediction for that fight?
Yeah, I think Dricus do it, you know, but I mean, you know, Hamzat has been showing great stuff, and I just don't think that he'll be able to take him out in the first round or second, and 5 rounds eventually will favor Duplessis.
Marvin over here. Your former opponent, Paulo Costa, is on this card. You guys had some funny banter, and you also have Brendan Allen. Are you surprised you're not at the press conference tomorrow?
The disrespect is kind of real, to be honest, but who gives a fuck at the end of the day? If that, you know, all the medias and stuff, yeah, it's for you, but it's more for themselves, for the UFC. If they don't care about it, it's okay. I was happy not to do too many medias too. like, I don't care. Because honestly, like, if it was taking a weird turn, it could have happened. It could have gone wrong, you know. So it is what it is, you know. But after this fight, they'll know better to put me in the undercard, you know.
Fair enough. And one more from me. Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship, they put on a huge show in Italy. How important is it for you to bring the UFC to Italy one day?
Yeah, the UFC don't care, but I mean, the UFC don't give a fuck. But it's, yeah, definitely. It's always been one of my dreams to bring it to Italy.
Marvin, right over here, I saw that you had the presence of Alessio Sakara in your fight camp. Is that a regular occurrence for you, and what's it like having him around? What's his presence like so close to fight time for you?
It was amazing, man. Like, 'cause since I got to ATT, you know, he was there. He's always been great to me, and now it's good, man. It's good to, you know, somebody that paved the way for us, even though we come from 2 different places. But, you know, like, it's good, you know, like, we're not many, and we got to stick together. We're not many from Italy, I mean, and we got to, you know, it's good that we stick together, you know.
Yeah, when you were coming up in the sport and he was in the UFC, obviously, what were your thoughts about him? What did you think about him and being one of the few that represented Italy?
Yeah, man, he was doing great things. Just being the pioneer, man, it's never easy. I'm a pioneer also in my era, because it's been him, then nobody for a long time, then me again, and we come from 2 different places. But so I can, you know, I know how hard it is, and looking back, you could have avoided so many mistakes, but we live and we learn. There's nothing you can do. So I'm saying, like, he could have, with the skills and everything that he had, and he could have done, I feel like he could have done even more, but I get it, you know, it's not easy, you know, like, you just got put into a different, you know, like, ward in a sense, and you're going to come up, do your best, and then I feel like in a lot of, like, you know, if it would have, it could have done even more than what it did, you know. That's all I'm saying. But, like, it was great to watch him. He was the only one, you know.
Yeah, and last question for you. Like you said, now you carry that torch, and you're one of the very few to represent Italy in the realm of mixed martial arts. Do you think about that a lot? Does it make you honored, proud to be one of those few?
Well, it's been like that for all my career, almost since I've been in the UFC. So it obviously makes me very proud. Makes me very proud, and I want to do much more. I think there's much more to do.
Marvin, what's up, man? Do you take any pride in the fact that you fighting Brendan Allen in his home state? around all the people that, love him to death. Do you take any pride in fighting him?
Nobody likes him, man. Nobody in the airport. Everybody was like, beat him up, fuck him up. Like, and I'm like, oh shit, they really don't like him even in his own place. Nobody fucking likes this guy.
I want to give you a recommendation too, man. If we're talking about good Italian food, while you're down here, please, man, write this place down. It's called Mosca's. Okay, they don't even let you in there with a phone. This is a real Italian place.
What's his name? What's the name?
Mosca's.
Mosca's.
Check it out, bro.
Can you spell it to me?
Moscas.
Oh, Moscas. Mosca is means fly. Okay, good. Yeah, because I was like, Moscow doesn't seem Italian, but now I get it.
Yeah, my bad, man.
This place is wild, man.
Yeah.
Fuck, I don't know why they put us right here in the madness, but.
Yeah, right on Bourbon Street, baby.
Oh, okay. Moscas. Okay, yeah, I'll check it out for sure.
Yeah, check it out, man.
What's up, everybody? How you doing? For those who don't know me, I'm Frank. I'm the president of Power Slap. Great to meet you guys, and great to be down here in New Orleans.
Yeah, and Frank, right here, obviously a seminal moment, I guess, for the promotion a bit, bringing an event on the road like this, stateside. Just explain what that means in the significance.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, you've been to the events in Vegas. They're incredibly fun, exciting fights, and the whole event experience is really one of a kind with Slap. And this is the natural progression of things. We needed to kind of build it in Vegas as our home base, and felt like the perfect time to take one on the road in the U.S.
Yeah, does, I guess, the success of this, the turnout, like determine where things go from here, or is this just a step in a plan that's already in place?
It's a step in. We're going to start traveling the show more. This is the first step in New Orleans. We're looking at California, Texas, Florida next year, in addition to Vegas and the overseas shows.
When you look at places you want to go to, right? Like Vegas, party town, people go to have a good time. New Orleans, exactly the same thing. Do you think that's a natural fit for Power Slap, right?
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, you go to these cities. Obviously, you've got the UFC fight on Saturday too. The city comes alive for the weekend for, you know, combat sports. It's fun down here. The city's been very welcoming. The New Orleans Sports Foundation has been really helpful as well, helping us get everything dialed in here.
So do you think for the future you'll kind of look at these, I don't know what to call them, really, party cities like here, Nashville, places like that as the
Yeah, like if you start looking like where we take some of the UFC shows to, you think places like Miami and South Florida and, you know, California. We're actually looking at UK too for next year.
It would seem likely that you're probably going to sort of use the UFC's calendar and infrastructure along with your own, but do you think there'll be a time where Power Slap goes on the road by itself?
Yeah, 100%. It'll just depend on city by city. You know, we're talking to a lot of governments who want to bring Power Slap there. It's all just depends on how the schedule works out.
Hey, what's up, man? Is there an element to like, okay, y'all are in Vegas, now y'all in New Orleans, like is there an element to where like, hey, people who are looking for like a good time, you know what I'm saying, looking for something crazy, like, hey, you might want to go.
Yeah, I mean, look, listen, that's what, you know, we pitch obviously not just, you know, the slap fighting that's occurring, but the whole event experience. And, you know, we've had every single person who comes to slap event in Vegas leaves saying, man, that was one hell of an event, so.
Can you give me, and I genuinely mean this when I ask this, can you give me some insight like on how these guys practice for this?
Yeah, totally. Are any of my guys up here today too? Okay. So a lot of these guys, first of all, we started doing training camps at the Apex. So we bring in 2 or 3 coaches who are some of our champs, and then about 40 or 50 new guys. And we're doing that about once a month right now. And that's why in the last show you saw a bunch of these regional wrestlers. And before they fought for us, we had 2 training camps in Vegas. They practice everything from power, technique, accuracy. They're obviously doing a lot of strength training in certain areas of their body, and they're just learning how the sport works.
So are they practicing on each other? Like,
no, I don't think they're just doing free shots to the face for practice, but they're doing other things. Like,
okay, got it.
You know, just again, a lot of technique driven.
Got it. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Frank, congrats on coming to New Orleans, a new city. For Power Slap, I know a lot of things are in the works, but for your personal dreams, what's one city you really want to bring Power Slap to?
That's a great question. I'm from New York, so I would say New York, but I think that's probably somewhere further down the line. But again, South Florida feels really fun. Texas feels really fun because this, you know, this slap fighting really kind of started in this area of the country. So those cities, and then obviously a lot of stuff overseas.
Awesome, thank you.
You got it.
Hey, I know Power Slap is still relatively new, but what are some evolutionary things in terms of maybe rules, recruitment that can broaden the sport?
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look from where we started, which was there was just a handful of guys that were doing this on the internet. We obviously brought them over to start Power Slap when we launched with our Road to the Title TV show that was on TBS, and that got a lot of attention for the sport. We've obviously had a ton of guys reach out to us and say, hey, can I be a part of it? So we have that aspect of kind of the recruitment. You know, a lot of former MMA guys, former boxing, former college athletes, a bunch of former college football players. And then now we brought in a consultant who's helping us on the regional wrestling circuit. So again, that last show in Vegas, the whole undercard, I think we had 11 or 12 taped fights, which we'll be releasing right after this event. All those guys come from the wrestling scene. So, they're now seeing opportunity. They're now seeing, not only the promotion, but the money that they're making here. And they think it's a great fit for them. That's on the athletes. On the rules, Hunter and I kind of started that from scratch, and we worked with the commission, and I think we're up to version 4. There's little things to change here and there, but the main rule set is in play.
And as far as training and preparation for the sport, is that something that the participants have to embark on their own, or does Power Slap employ trainers for them?
It's a great question. So a lot of them are training on their own, just like you would train on your own at your gym for some other combat sport. But like I said, we did start doing these training camps. So we fly all the guys out, we take care of them, we bring in coaches, and they have the opportunity to actually learn and train in Vegas, and we'll be doing that more regularly.
Frank over here. So UFC has so many feeder systems. What is Power Slap doing to help create feeder systems for themselves?
Yeah, another great question, because I just actually saw 2 or 3 more leagues pop up. One's out of the UK, one's out of, I think I saw it in Czechoslovakia. There's people doing it down in Africa. It's brand new, so there's going to be more and more of these smaller type promotions that are going to start launching, especially when they see how successful it is for them. And I've already been in touch with 5 to 10 of these promotions about content deals and getting fighters over here. So similar to how the UFC does Fight Pass and has all those promotional relationships, we'll start having the same too. Thank you, yes.
boxer here. Obviously, that BMF belt going to be trying to defend that for the first time on Saturday. But this fight, I think, just between you and Dustin, kind of BMF's defined. So as we sit here on fight week, just what are you feeling towards this matchup?
I feel excited, man. You know, not many guys get to go out there and defend and fight a trilogy that they had 2 losses in already. So it's my second try. Trying not to go 0-6 here, so I'm excited.
You had the first face-off of Fight Week with him yesterday. He said he was surprised how big you were a little bit. What was your takeaways from the stare-down?
I mean, we just locked in, bro. He's a fighter. This guy's a dog, and you can see it in his face. I mean, if you guys wanted a reason to tune in and buy the pay-per-view, send that face-off to your friends because that's what it was, man. That was a great stare-off. We both locked in, and we're both ready. You know, we know what's at stake. He got his last. This is his last dance, and you know, I'm here to play spoiler.
What's the vibes you've been getting from here so far? I mean, technically enemy territory, but you're so loved. Are you feeling? What's it like with the people? How are they?
People have been so nice, man. People are so great here. The food is amazing here, and just general, people are just loving it. You know, at the end of the day. When we go out there, we do the walks. I was just doing an interview, and I was telling DC, I hope my ass get booed. You know what I mean? This is his last dance. He's representing your home state. Boo my ass. Because if we was in Hawaii, I'm pretty sure Hawaiians would be booing whoever I'm walking against, you know?
Yeah. Are you kind of embracing that side of things? Like, you know, some of your interviews, they're like, it seems like you have a little more edge than usual leading into this fight.
I mean, it is what it is, you know. I guess I want to play spoiler, you know. That's what I do. It sucks. It sucks it's him, but like I said, man, I was 4-0 when I fought this man. First time, I was 13-fight win streak. Second time, he did me dirty, so I guess I got to do him dirty in his retirement fight.
Yeah, there you go. I think you said in one of your video blogs, like last week when you first got here, that you were 155 already when you were eating the food and stuff. Was that a bit of a joke, or like, what's the weight like now?
No one's ever on weight that one, you know, that far out. And if you are, then you're in the wrong weight class, buddy.
Yeah, I guess. How do you feel physically, like knowing that featherweight's completely behind you? They obliged and took you out of the rankings finally.
Finally,
yeah.
Oh man, only took me to freaking threaten them, you know what I mean? It makes no sense. I'm great, you know. Just being able to focus on this camp and not even teeter-tottering on the chance of like, oh, we might go back down, so, you know, we can't do certain things or we can't supplement certain ways. So at the end of the day, these 155 camps is the best, you know. I feel good. I feel great. I get to eat a lot more during camp, you know, and even if there's times at 45 where I'm like, oh, I want to eat, and then I go step on the scale and it's like, oh, shit. You know, you can't do it. So these 55 camps is way more enjoyable.
And of course, Dustin's wanting to win the fight himself, but I think he said your early victory is the cooler floral shorts. Would you agree you have the better custom ones here?
I mean, yeah, I know. It's pretty nice, but, you know, after, they need to let us change the color of the shorts. You know, like, come on. Venom or UFC, let us change it up a little bit. You know, we know we're gonna sell it, so we see it happen. His is cool too. I mean, everybody who got custom shorts is pretty sick, you know. So I'm just happy that I'm one of the fighters that got it. I was one of the first ones, so that was dope.
And he's gonna have Lil Wayne walk out with him apparently for his walkout. If you could have someone for whenever your retirement fight comes, rap you out or sing you out, who would it be?
If I had to send somebody, it gotta be my man Moki Boy, the guy who sings my Hawaiian kickbox. It needs to be him. Anybody else that would just be disrespectful. You know, I walk into Hawaiian kickboxes for forever now, so if he could do that, I'd be sick.
Max, you've always been really good-natured about the second loss to Dustin, but was that one that you've always wanted to get back, right? Because it was a very close fight, and you were coming in on short notice and didn't have the time to bulk up. So was there something about that loss that particularly pissed you off?
I mean, I'm not pissed. It is what it is. You know, I signed up for the fight. You know, even if it was short notice, I took the fight thinking that I was gonna go out there and get my hand raised. You know, so you know, I'm not taking nothing away from him, but it was a very you know, a competitive fight. You know, a lot of people just because I had that one cut in the fourth round, I think I got the knee to the head to the face and that cut. They thought it was a very different fight, but it's a super competitive fight, and it is what it is. You know, I can't wait to go out there and show people Saturday night what we've been working on.
You mentioned about the last camp, you couldn't do too much because you might be going back down to featherweight. Now you've done this camp. Do you feel a difference? Like thinking like, oh, even that camp this is a much better way to do it.
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel a difference. I mean, my last fight, you guys see here, you guys could see my cheekbones way more. I'm sure. So, you know, I look kind of like a skeleton. I'm just glad here, man. Yeah, you guys see the difference, you know, people are talking about it, you know, how big I am or how wide I am. So it just feels good, you know. I'm a Polynesian, you know, Hawaiian Polynesian. So I'm glad that I get to show that Polynesian big wrist, big ankle kind of thing, you know.
It's happened a couple of times to you now in your career, so I'm sure you're used to it. But you know, when you had the Volk fights, it felt like, oh, Max's time's gone, and then suddenly you're fighting Topuria again because you got your way back up there. And then I feel like in Abu Dhabi, you even said this is not a funeral after the fight. I felt a bit like, oh, he's lost to Topuria, his time's over again. But realistically, one win over Dustin Poirier, you're right back in the title picture again. Do you believe you can force that Ilya rematch to happen?
For sure, 100%. You know, it's all about moments, you know. If I go out there, have a 300 moment, bro, I'm right there for a title shot. And if it's not for a title shot, then I'm right there for a number one contender shot, you know, whoever it may be. I mean, I see, first things first is always Dustin, but, you know, at the end of the day, you know, I see the media, I see people talking, I see people chirping. And Charles saying too, you know, like I said, I was the happiest guy in the world, bro, when I saw Charles and Topuria fighting. I had history of both of them, and they're fighting, you know, a couple weeks before us. I was like, man, this is... You want a statement win, you got to go make a statement win, and you want to fight, you make it happen. I mean, look at the whole thing with Patty and Ilya. You know, like, it's the talk of town right now, and that was just a freaking curveball from left field. So at the end of the day, we're in the entertainment business. You know, you go out there, you get a moment. Who's to say that I'm not the next one? If not, one more.
Is that part of the not necessarily strategy, you got to win the fight, right? But do you have it in your mind that, like, I want to make this thing cool? You know, I got to get cool stuff going.
Yeah, and especially with a guy like Dustin, you know what I mean? You know, like I said, you know, everybody keeps saying, you know, if you guys get to the last round and you get to the point where you can do the point down in the last 10 seconds, are you going to give it to Dustin? And I was like, man, Dustin might beat me to it, you know what I mean? So he might point down before me. So that's just the kind of guy it is. And you look at all of Poirier's fights, you look at my fights, and, you know, go show me one boring fight, you know. Me and him are cut from the same cloth. We're your favorite fighter, you know, that would be the saying. So if you're trying to get somebody to watching mixed martial arts, tune in Saturday night.
Yeah. For what it's worth, he said that if you point down at the ground, he's going to go for a takedown and try and get it in you.
Yeah, I don't believe in that. I heard that. I ain't believing that one bit. He might act like it and then try and do an overhand left or something.
Max, any chance you win this fight by guillotine? You have more than he does.
I mean, I have two of them. I have 2 guillotines on my record, so, you know, but if the opportunity presents itself to say that you jumped the ghillie and the jump the ghillie man, it would be pretty cool.
Max, over here. Your son, Rush, is growing up so much now. Has he given you any advice ahead of this fight?
Nah. He's not really a fighter. He's a surfer. So even if he gave me some fighting advice, I'd be like, brother, we're not in the water, we're on land, so calm down with all that talk.
I got you. And one more from me. You famously said you're the best boxer in the UFC. Your boss, Dana White, has gotten into boxing. What do you think of that and the Canelo-Crawford fight?
I mean, it should be a fun one, man. Bro, a lot of people is counting out Terrence, but then, I mean, again, it's Canelo, so it should be a fun fight. I think so it's going to be a much closer fight than a lot of people think is going to happen. I think Terrence can actually win in there, but, you know, we see what happens. Terrence looked like a big boy too, bro. He looked like a big boy, and he knows wrestling. You know, so at the end of the day, when he's in there in the clinches, I wouldn't be surprised of seeing trips or something from him.
Max, overall, are you expecting a hostile crowd inside Smoothie King Center? And additionally, does that add fuel to your fire?
For sure. I hope so. Like I said, man, I hope so. If the shoe's on the other foot, we're in Hawaii right now, bro, Hawaiians would be booing whoever's ass, you know, booing his ass to stuff, even though he's so light. And even if I'm light, I hope so. You got to send this guy off, you know, farewell, do it right.
Max, right over here. Back in 2023, you flew out to Singapore. You took on the Korean Zombie in his retirement fight. When you get to be kind of like that chosen one, does it make you feel any type of way? Does the fight week feel any different? And what's it like ultimately knowing that this is going to be their last fight ever?
It's an honor, you know. He's a legend, you know. Talking about Korean Zombie, he actually flew me out. We did a bunch of stuff in Korea. I don't know if you guys saw on my YouTube and stuff, but he flew me out to do a bunch of things, seminars and meet and greets, and we got to do his Zombie Fight League. So that was cool, and he actually flying out for this one. So I became close with him and his family and his wife. So it's amazing. You know, they're coming all the way from Korea to come watch the fight. So that's amazing. So at the end of the day with Dustin, it's an honor, and you know, maybe we can build a friendship like that too.
Are you hopeful that when it becomes your time to lay the gloves down, you get to retire in a favorable place like those two guys?
I mean, we see what happens. You know, UFC Hawaii, is it ever gonna happen? I wouldn't hold my breath. But the next best thing is Las Vegas, baby. You know, the ninth island. So if I can get it there, I would be happy.
Thank you, man.
What's up, Max? Hate to talk about the past, but I got to talk about the past here because this might be my only opportunity. When you knocked out Gaethje at 300, that feeling at the buzzer, all that, do you think that that's like the best a human can feel, like ever doing anything?
Yeah, 100%. You know what I mean? That's the top of the top, bro. I mean, imagine for normal people, you know, like imagine you put $100 on red and it hits. That's exactly what that moment is times 1,000. You know what I mean? Like I can relate to people. Like I stream over on Kick. You know what I mean? Come through and we do some steak streams, bro. I'm screaming like, oh, I knocked out Gaethje when I win, you know, like $100 buy, and you win like 10K. Like, holy shit, this is still amazing, you know. So, I'm for sure that feeling is unreal.
And for the record, man, I'm from New Orleans, and I can tell you now, I'm not gonna boo you, bro.
Oh, brother, you gotta boo me right now, bro. You gotta do him right, you know. But someone boo his ass, boo this man.
I can't do it, Max. I can't.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Devin Johnson. Max, you've had an enduring career, one that spanned many fights. I just wanted to ask, what is the recovery process that goes into being a UFC fighter?
You know, it's a lot. You know, it takes a village, and I have a. For how long I've been in the UFC, I have a lot of doctor friends now, so that is great. If you can, be friends with your doctor friends so you can call them up at any time. I call them up at any time, and then some of them are rehab people too, so I call them up. They fit me in their schedule, so it takes a lot. It takes a village, and it does help with my wife, you know, what I'm eating. Like before in my younger days, I used to balloon up like crazy and just eat whatever I want to. Now I eat something, I get heartburn, so you gotta be smart about that. So eating and recovering and taking it serious. And I got family members that own recovery centers, so it's always good having friends and family around.
And I just wanted to say, how motivated are you going into this fight, knowing that you may never get a chance to fight Dustin Poirier again?
Motivated as hell, man. Like I said, whenever you get a shot to try and get one of the loss, this man got 2 wins over me, you know. He got a win over one of my friends, and you know, Hawaii football a long time ago, Cole Brennan era, they lost in the Sugar Bowl here, brother. This is terrible over here. Hawaii needs something in Louisiana, brother.
Boo.
Yeah, there you go, bro. That's what's up.
Yeah. I just wanted to get your thoughts on Islam moving up to welterweight. And how do you think he's going to do out there?
I think he'd be fine, man. I think he'd be good, you know. But people be sleeping on Jack, you know what I mean? And I think Jack is one of the best fighters in the world right now. And I think people is going to find out when that match happens. I don't know. I'm hearing rumors maybe October. I think it's going to be a fun fight, smart fight. But a lot of people counting out Jack for I don't know what reason. They just keep counting him out. Kind of reminds me of when I was like coming up and counting me out about certain fights. So, I mean, he is, you know, he's the number 2 pound for pound in the world right now. But he's the number 2 pound for pound in the world for a reason. So you got to respect that. But, you know, don't sleep on Jack. I think it's going to be a tough and fun fight.
And also with Ilya, he's obviously said that he wants to move up to welterweight because he still wants to challenge Islam if Islam was to win. So do you think does it like muddy the waters for the lightweight division, do you think?
I mean, we see what happens, you know. If he does that on the run that he's doing, I mean, it's kind of hard to deny that, you know, and that would be a freaking huge super fight. And with him having the punching power he has is just unreal, bro. So you can't count him out in whatever, in anything. But, I mean, who's to say? You know, that's not my job. I mean, if he goes up, he goes up. You know, he's his man. You know, do I want that fight back? 100%. But, you know, I can't be like, hey, stay down here, blah, 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 and cry about it. So at the end of the day, if he does that, which he probably deserves it, not probably, he deserves it. So I think that would be a fun fight, too. I think that it'd be super interesting if that fight ever was booked. Thank you, guys.
I can go home and chill. Right.
Kevin, right here to your left.
Yep.
Fight number 4 of the year. You're the first to hit that mark. Exactly what you want, I assume. But did you think you would get a turnaround this quickly after the last one?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Honestly, it took a little longer than I thought.
And this is kind of a makeup, right? We were supposed to have this fight a few years ago on probably one of the craziest fight weeks in UFC history.
Yeah, believe it or not, we were supposed to have it once before that as well. I actually blew my shoulder out that time, found out what that PRP or whatever the hell that shit is all about. Plasma sucked. And then the second time we were supposed to run it, got my ass whooped by Chimaev. He kind of got his ass whooped by Jingalang, but the scoreboard said a W, so now we get out here and we said it right.
Yeah, do you feel like you guys kind of owed this one to each other to finally do it?
100%. I'm a man of my word. You know, I told Wonderboy we'd stand up no matter what, and we stood up no matter what. And I told this guy no matter where we were in the rankings, we'd fight one day. I'm ahead and see if he can play catch up.
Yeah, so the record for fights in a single year is 5.
Yeah.
We're at 4 now, and we're basically a little over halfway through the year. Yeah. So what is possible?
It's 5 wins in a year, right?
I believe, yeah, someone did 5, I think 6 fights, maybe one time. So.
Okay, so I got to do 7 just to go ahead and top the record. We're 4 down. I think we get Neil Magny after this one since he's one of those fellow guys that has 5 wins in a row in a year, right?
Yep.
So that'll be 5, you know what I mean? And then we'll go get the 5th win against somebody else, and then we'll just go ahead and, I don't know. I mean, I can fight a lot, to be honest with you. And 170 pounds I'm learning each time, it's just not that fucking hard to get to.
Yeah, I think the other person who did it was Roger Huerta, but I don't think you'll be able to fight him.
Who?
Roger Huerta. Do you remember him?
I never was that good with names, but I'm pretty sure he's a dog.
He was the guy who was on the cover of the Sports Illustrated thing like all those years ago. But before you got into MMA, I think that happened. So
That's probably before I was born.
Maybe. Yeah, so what month would you want to do the Magny fight if possible?
So I like to fight the week after El Noche. Or 2 weeks after El Noche. I would like to fight on El Noche, but I can fight like a week after, 2 weeks after, or even 2 weeks before. I just want to fight around that time so I can make some money in the city of Texas just doing sponsorship stuff. And then after that, you could give me another one right before Thanksgiving, and then give me another one right before Christmas, and that'd be a good year.
And I mean, if you win all those fights and do all that, like, are we going into 2026 talking about you fighting for the title pretty soon?
No, I think I'm going to do all that and still be trying to fight Colby next year.
Is that, I know you called for him last time. Was there any movement, any talks of like UFC interested in this fight?
No, first he was like, when he thought he could fight Patty and go down a weight class, he was 100% healthy. As soon as they said my name, vaginal muscle tore. So you know how that goes. It takes about like 8 to 12 weeks to heal. So not an easy process.
What did you think of him calling out Patty? Did you think that was kind of in bad taste?
No, I thought it was, a great call out. Patty has a hell of a name, and it's like I used to fight at 85 and now I fight at 70. And Kobe's not that big of a welterweight, so maybe he's realizing he needs to get his ass down to 55.
You could always fight him at the White House.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I mean, I'd be down for that,
Do you think, are you into that sort of thing, like those special events like you mentioned about Noche? The White House is obviously starting to come with a thing of its own. Would you like to fight on those sort of stages? Do you find that sort of stuff fun?
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm not a championship fighter by any means, so I'm damn sure a prize fighter. So anytime it's a prize there, I'd like to fight, yeah. Whether it means the sickest shirt they're making for the year or a brand new pair of shoes, anything that entice me a little bit, I'm an easygoing guy. And as long as my check's good, I'm good.
With your activity, I find it interesting how you stay so disciplined and consistent in the gym, right? You see a lot of guys, they fight, and they kind of fuck off for a few weeks. Why do you stay so consistent? What is it about you that you think differs from these other guys?
So back in the day, coming up where I come up from is just like kicking it on the block, right? So in the morning time, I might go get like a serious practice in because that's just where I got to be at for practice. And then in the afternoon, all your bros might be at the gym. Or it might be vice versa. You might go kick it with the bros in the morning, and then you have to go get a serious practice at night. So it's just a lifestyle. It's the same lifestyle I was living before I got into fighting dudes on the block. Now I'm just fighting dudes inside the octagon. It's the same exact thing. I get to train and have fun training because usually I'm hanging out with the bros. And all of my mitt holders I get along with, whether it's Coach Bobby, whether it's Coach Bob, whether it's my cousin Chico, whether it's Coach DP. I love my mitt holders, and I love hitting mitts. So that practice is an easy practice, and then the one practice that I usually don't look forward to is wrestling. And we all know I fucking hate wrestling, but it's part of the job, so we get it done.
And do you do anything special for recovery, or are you just kind of fortunate in that you get out of these fights mostly unhurt? I know you had the injury of the Wonderboy and stuff, but
So anytime I'm feeling banged up and bruised up, I will make a trip to Houston ASAP, and I'll go see Dr. Tran. If I'm in camp and I'm able to do camp smart, I got a doctor out there, Dr. Tran. Everybody that lives in Houston that does athletics, they know Dr. Tran is the man, and I'm willing to put my money on him against anybody at the PI. So when I need recovery, I go see Dr. Tran. Other than that, I just smoke weed and fuck bad bitches.
God bless.
Thank you. That's it.
What's up, Kevin? How you doing, bro?
Pretty good, and yourself?
Doing great, man. Is this your first time in New Orleans? I'd imagine no, right?
Yeah, it actually is.
Wow.
I live in Texas, but I never come down this far. Texas always calls it the boot, but if this is the fucking boot, this is one nice-ass boot. I'm talking about 100% alligator skin with a little oyster on it.
Yeah, no, I figured out of anybody that's been in here that you would probably like New Orleans the most.
I do. I absolutely love it. I love South. I love the South, period.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a down South type of guy, even though I'm from Cali. And I plan on absolutely coming back, shooting some gators or shooting whatever else they got out here to shoot. Hopefully we find some hogs.
And you know the crowd gonna love it when you come out to Young Boy, which I mean,
You already know. You
okay,
already know.
I was just
You
I was
already
hoping
know.
so, man.
You already know.
Aside from being a UFC fighter, which you're great at, you have a part-time job, which I've noticed it's like being Batman. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You saved somebody from a shooting, a carjacking, and you even saved somebody from a tractor trailer being flipped over. They were stuck in that.
Yeah.
How do you multitask all this stuff to where you're like, you know what, man, I'm just gonna go save somebody's life right now?
You know what? Young Boy got that song, They Scared to Go Outside. I'm just never scared to go outside. I'm just always out there, man. So it's like, I'm going down the road, I see something, most people just keep going, I stop. You know what I mean? It's like, I remember we were going to a hunt out in New Mexico. I had my uncle with me, and I had my boy with me. And it's funny, growing up, I always wanted to be Batman. And my uncle always said, if I'm Batman, he gonna be Robin. You know what I'm saying? And we're driving down the street, you know, blunt fired up, having a good old time. Kids don't smoke and drive. And I seen a car flip over. We pull over, get out the car. The 18-wheeler that kind of was in the way that made the car flip, they pulled over. Everybody got out the car. It was good people. You see one person pull over, another person pulls over. We got out. We crowbarred the door open, got the kids out, blood everywhere all over the car. This is over a year ago. I just don't tell you guys about it. So yeah, Batman, Robin, and that day we had Green Arrow with us, so it was a good fucking day. But shit happens all the time.
Last question. How are the cows doing?
Cows are doing good. We got some babies out there. I actually need to get out there more often with all these fights you guys are giving me. It's kind of hard to get out there. But, hey, you guys are going to be watching this video, and if anybody lives in Tacoma, Texas, want to make an extra $200 a month, I don't pay a lot. I got a Jewish manager for a long time, so I am a little bit cheap. You can go ahead and get out there and check on my cows. I give you $200 a month. It's not a lot, but if you love the farm life, you'll love it.
Thank you, bro. You the man.
No problem.
Hey, Kev, in Embedded, Coach Perkins had said that this camp, he had seen you do some of the best work in any camp, but also he said that this is the best year he's seen you in terms of work. Do you feel the same, and what maybe has been some of those key factors that have maybe helped you hit a new stride?
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing this run at welterweight, trying to get the most fights I can in a year, most wins I can in a year at welterweight. It was crazy. When I did it at 85, you would think since I had no weight cut whatsoever that it would have been an easy year. But for some reason that year, I had knee braces on my knee when I fought the dentist dude. And then, a couple of the other fights, I was banged up. And I was supposed to fight Drod that year, and my shoulder ended up going out. It's like I had a lot of bangs and bruises in 2020, and then I'm doing the same thing out here in 2025, and we got to know I'm 5 years older, and I feel way better. So I guess black really don't crack, and I don't plan on wrinkling, so I'll be all right.
On your Instagram recently, I feel like you've been putting in a lot of effort in terms of like meet and greets. You want to travel, you want to do a lot of stuff like that. Obviously, the fans love watching you talk on your Instagram. Would you ever consider some sort of public podcast? I think the fans would really enjoy that out of you.
Yeah, I had a podcast going for a second. I had one going with my boy Dustin, and it was going fantastic. We were enjoying it. Realize, Recognize, and I'd like to get back to it. It's just the problem is he lives far, I live far, and I don't really think that it would be best for us to do it like that because it just missed so much time. But I think if I can I got a new gym being built, and so if I can put a little small podcast studio, off to the side in there, then I think that I'd be able to give the people what they want a little bit more, especially with all these UFC fights they always have going on, these slap matches, all these different things. Is like to be able to discuss some of these things that's going on with the people and just overall talk and maybe bring random fans on. That'd be fucking sick. So yeah, you're spot on. I need to get back to it.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
No problem.
Kevin, Devin Johnson, I just wanted to ask, what led to your transition from maybe street fighting into focusing on becoming a professional fighter?
I got kicked out of high school, and then I went to this continuation school, and there was this dude named Mark Seafood Kennedy. And when I went in there, I said, all these guys are doing this fake fight. And I remember he hit me with a punch called a thrust punch. And I was like here at this part of the classroom, then I was over here on this part of the classroom. And I was like, whoa. So then I got up, and I ran back out the dude, and he just completely kicked my ass. And so that's when you guys were like, you weren't like amazed that Wonder Boy kicked your ass? No, old people always kick my ass. You know what I mean? He whooped me so bad that day that I was just addicted. And so after that, I just couldn't stop training martial arts, Kung Fu from then on out.
Kevin, let's say at the end of the year, Joshua Van in the December pay-per-view, say he wins a title, you win your 6th fight of the year. What does that sound like? Is that what you envision?
Yeah, honestly, that'd be the way for me to set the record. That'd be the way for me to break the record. I mean, if you know, you know, I train in Houston nonstop. I train at Main Street in the morning, and I train at 4 Ounce at night. So it's for me to see, you know, Josh Van get that title shot at the end of the year. You know, it would be a really, really sick card if you put Derek Lewis versus Tom Aspinall on that card, and then Josh Van versus Pantoja on that card, and then me versus whoever the fuck sucks in the welterweight division on that card. That way I can guarantee a win. That'd be a fantastic night and a hell of a way to end the year. So, yeah, if you guys need a way to make December 3rd, Mick and Sean, put a few fights out there. There it is.
Sounds like a plan.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. Appreciate you guys. Have a good one. Enjoy NOLA.
Good afternoon. Before we give you Michael for a chance to ask him some questions, I know most of you have seen these presentations. For those of you that haven't, my name is Jeff Nowitzki. I oversee the UFC's anti-doping program, and we have a very unique program. One of the unique aspects is the transparency of the program. Anytime there's a positive test or an adverse finding, we announce it. The justification behind the sanction we announce, and a few years ago decided, let's start being transparent about the success under the program. Athletes like Michael Johnson, who have had now 50 consecutive tests under the program with no issues whatsoever, something we feel is very significant. You've been in the UFC now for 15 years? 15 years, the last 10 of which under the UFC anti-doping program, 50 individual sample collections without a single issue. That doesn't happen by accident. I was looking back at our text messages. We have 10 years of text messages. First one was December of 2015, asking questions about medications, supplements, and when you couple that with the athletic success that Michael's had, 39 years old, 3 of last 4 fight wins, performance of the night bonus recently, it's truly special and unique. So it's my pleasure to present you with this jacket, not only on behalf of the UFC, but Thorne Nutrition, our supplement partner, and a program now known as Clean Fighters, presented by Thorne. Proud to present Michael Johnson with his 50-time Perfect Test History jacket.
So Mike, right here to your left. Just talk a little bit more. I mean, obviously, long time in the UFC, everything Jeff said there. How important is it to you to be acknowledged as a clean athlete?
It's extremely important, not only for myself, but for the UFC as a whole, and what they've done to make sure that our athletes stay clean, our sport stays clean and fair, and it's incredible, that me at my age, I've put in the time. I haven't cut any ways. I haven't tried to cut any corners. I've done everything the right way, and I've done it my way.
You're one of the few people who have been here since like pre-USADA, pre all this stuff, right? So have you seen a change in the culture, like behind the scenes?
Yeah, for sure. I've definitely seen it. Before they've came in, I think a lot of guys were getting away with supplements, I'll say. I think, and you could tell, you could obviously tell in the way that these guys fought and how they train and how they looked. Now when, USADA and the anti-doping program came into place, a lot of those guys got smaller. A lot of them guys weren't able to win fights, and the playing field became very even.
And on to this, obviously, you're opening the card for Dustin Poirier's retirement fight. You have the win over him from way back when. Could you have imagined this spot? What were your thoughts when they offered you the spot on this card?
Yeah, the first thing I thought of was God, I hope that doesn't take attention away from Dustin. I'm pretty sure they probably won't show my highlights this week. Just to take away from him. But it's incredible to be on this card. To share Dustin's last card with him is incredible. Him and Max Holloway are both living legends of the sport, and it's going to be incredible to see his last dance.
How do you think it goes? Who do you think wins?
I think he stays 3-0. He's beat this guy twice already. I don't see any difference in this. But Max did have a great fight against Gaethje. So, people's retirement fights, if they announce their retirement before, it doesn't really seem to go their way. So, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. What did you make of the matchup here with Daniel Zellhuber? Obviously, a young kid. He's had some fun fights in the UFC so far. What did you make of him?
Yeah, I love it. Daniel's he's a tough kid. He's definitely got some skill, but I think they're pushing him a little too fast, too quick.
And with a win over him, where are you at in your career? What are the things you're striving for and chasing with a win here?
I'm still chasing this world title. I'm going to track a world title. At my age, I'm going to do something incredible. And in order for me to get to the title, I have to do something incredible. I have to do something that hasn't been done before, and I'm willing to do that. So, I've came from the trenches since losing my top 5 spot years ago, and I've just been on the grind, working, trying to figure things out, and improving every day.
Yeah. Michael, over here, you've fought just about everybody in the lightweight division. I want to know, besides yourself, who's the hardest hitter you faced?
Gaethje cracks pretty hard. I forgot Emmett. Yeah, so Josh Emmett, I'll give it to him. The lucky fucker. It got me 30 seconds in, 30 seconds out. So, but yeah, even at 45, but I definitely have to give it to Emmett.
Mike, kind of just bouncing off what they were saying. You've been in the UFC for a minute, man. You fought so many dudes, man. So many dudes that we've raved about, et cetera, et cetera. Now you're fighting a young, hungry guy. He's confident. We talked to him earlier. He was saying things like, I don't want to be 39 fighting and all this stuff. What do you think is going to happen as far as, like, fighting this guy? Do you think that you're going to knock him out? Let's just be honest here.
I always look for knockouts, but I'm going in here to win. Just like you said, him in here talking shit, he's a little too cocky. He's a little too confident, and he's young. I get it. These guys are young and they run their mouth and this and that. Even the way he got this fight was kind of a scumbag way. He wants to post me getting knocked out on his Instagram and talk so much trash and this and that, and he's just fueling my fire. Like, he's just putting a lot of pressure on himself, and he's going to learn the hard way.
Have you been in New Orleans before?
Yeah, I was here for the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Yeah.
How you like it?
It was good. I like New Orleans. I love the food. I love the culture. Don't like this weather right now. It's a little hot.
Well, it's about to rain, too, so just be ready for that.
Yeah,
it's always rain or hot. It's no in between.
Just like Florida.
Yeah. Thank you, man.
No problem. Thank you.
Not much. How are you doing? This is obviously a big fight. I mean, fighting on Dustin Poirier's retirement card, Max Holloway. Were you excited when they brought you this one?
Most definitely. I got the text from Hunter. I was in Hawaii. He's like, I'm putting you on the BMF main card against Pitbull. So I got super pumped up, got back home, got to training camp, and here we are.
Yeah. Max seems like, he says we need to get one for Hawaii this week with like Yancey losing to Dustin too. He mentioned like an old football game as well. Do you feel like you need to do your part as well here?
Yeah, and then we also, we didn't have our fair share of luck in Abu Dhabi, so we get to do it again this weekend in New Orleans. And yeah, definitely we're going to get one for Hawaii.
Yeah, Pitbull being in the UFC was talked about for so long. I don't know how much you ever thought about him maybe as a potential opponent, but when he did sign, was this a fight that you thought maybe could be in your future?
For sure. Actually, before he even signed, there was talks about him signing, and I texted the UFC right away. I was like, I want this fight, and he got the Yair fight. I got the Woodson fight, and eventually it played out the way it did because we're fighting this weekend. So, Pitbull's been a guy I've watched for a long time, probably for over a decade. I've been a fan of his. I love his fighting style. One of the best to ever do it. Fell short in his debut, but take nothing away. I still believe he's one of the best featherweights in the world. Definitely, in my opinion, top 5. So this is a big fight for me. And, it's a fight, right? It's a fight. So let's go.
And I think a lot of fans would have loved to see him be here 5 years ago or something like that. But when you watch him, you said you've been a fan forever. Do you see a guy who's maybe slightly away from the top form we saw him in Bellator, or do you still see all those same attributes?
It's all experience. Yes, age will eventually catch up to you, but you can't take that mindset going into a fight. I truly believe he's still. You've seen guys win titles at 40 years old. I'm sure he takes care of his body, he trains hard, he eats well, sleeps well. Those are all the little things that you got to do to take into consideration the longevity of your career. So I'm prepared for the best version of Pitbull, the most experienced version yet, and I'm sure he's eager to get a win, and so am I, so it's going to be a great fight.
Yeah, he said the big mistake he made against Yair was he was just too calm. And he didn't really get out of that first gear. Do you feel like we're going to see a more aggressive version of him than last time?
I'd like to correct. I don't think being calm's a mistake. I think being calm's a dangerous weapon. You just you gotta know how to utilize it and utilize your timing. And he's been in a lot of 5-round fights, and then fighting Yair. He's got to give Yair some credit too. Yair's a dangerous, ferocious striker. Throws a lot of volume, a lot of dynamic. Strikes from all angles, kicks, spinning kicks, front flips, back flips, whatever. Yair will attack, and just wasn't the best matchup. So if he wants to change his style, it doesn't matter. We're prepared.
And a win over him, you said you still feel he's top 5. So where do you think that puts you in this division going forward?
Well, he doesn't have a number next to his name. That's just where I would place him. Where it puts me going forward doesn't really honestly matter. I'm just here to, continue my win streak and get another W on Saturday. And I don't really have any names in mind, but there's a lot of big fights, in the division. Featherweight division's wide open right now. And, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and last thing, I'm sure you've heard this one before. He said he's going to be the first one to finish you.
Yes.
How do you see yourself winning?
Yeah, 20 guys said that. 20 guys in the UFC have said that. And so, yeah, that's not a new thing for me to hear. And how do I see myself winning is another spectacular finish by knockout.
Dan, right over here, when Patricio was in here earlier, he mentioned that he expects this fight to get pretty ugly, expects basically a bloodbath, a big fight on the feet. Is that kind of what you expect coming into this fight too?
That's what people like to hear, right? Fans like to hear that. I'm prepared if that happens. Look at me. I got black eyes. I get cuts. I'm sure he does too. But I expect a clean kill from my end. Again, I'm prepared. Anywhere the fight goes, on the feet, on the ground, in the wrestling, in the clinch, I'm prepared to go 15 minutes hard. And if I need to, right? But I will be looking for the finish, and I'm sure he will be too. So. Yeah, that's fireworks written all over it.
And obviously, Pitbull had mentioned that last fight he said he was too calm. So with that tape, do you study that tape much, or do you kind of just have to look at different fights? Do you expect a different version of him than what we saw in his debut?
I study all of his fights. You know, I study tendencies. I don't really like look at specific fights. You know, Yair and I are completely different fighters, completely different body types. So, you know, there's a lot of good fights you can go back and watch in the history books. You know, I've watched his highlight reels. If you want to scare yourself at night, go watch a Patricio Pitbull highlight reel. You know, he's got a lot of nasty finishes, and I just can't wait for the challenge. It's going to really elevate my game, and I can't wait to step up.
Your team at XC is notorious for putting together some of the best training camps and preparing very well to defeat different styles. What was this training camp like? Did you have to change much to get ready for Patricio, or is this just another fight for you?
I look at it as a whole year. We've been constantly evolving the last 3, 4, 5 camps. You know, we've slowly, we've gotten a lot smarter with their training, a lot more drilling, a lot more attention to detail. And, you know, I feel like I've gotten light years better in the last 2 years. I've shown little glimpses of it, but you know, for myself, it's all about constant improvement and finding little tiny ways to get better. Camp, you know, if you want to put that lingo, camp, as far as the last 8 weeks, you know, it was good days, bad days, ugly days, okay days. That's life. That's camp. You know, you battle adversity in and out of the gym, and you know, but I'm here today, and I'm ready to show up on Saturday.
What's up, Dan? Dan, 50K, Ige, love it, man. You fought Diego on 4 hours' notice. Do you think that'll ever happen again in the UFC? Ever?
I'm sure there's people that would do it, but just the way it played out, the stars had to literally align perfectly. I was in the right place at the right time. I live 15 minutes down the road. My medicals were done. I got the governor's approval. It just worked out. So will it ever be done again? I don't know. I doubt it. Something could happen day of, but just the way that played out, International Fight Week, it was like they're not going to do that for someone on the Apex. They're just going to move the card, you know, or move the fight. But the fact, you know, a lot of fights fell out, and they had to do something, right? So it just worked out perfectly in my favor. I mean, not the decision, but the way it all played out and how I got the fight. I don't know if it'll ever happen again.
Yeah, I just remember being in front of the TV and then breaking the news, and I was like, man, this is absolutely incredible. You know, it was just amazing, man. What do you think makes you such a tough outing for any opponent that you face, man? You've never been finished, you know what I'm saying? And people, like you said, keep saying, hey, I'm gonna finish this guy. What do you think just makes you such a tough outing for these guys?
I got a granite head. I don't know. I think it's just my mindset, my resilience. I'm willing to walk through the fire, you know, just because I've been there before, and my faith in God, and I've been knocked down so many times in life, not just in fighting, but like in life, and just continue to persevere, move forward, and have faith in God. And my faith's only got stronger and stronger and stronger. So, if anything, every fight goes on, I'm going to be even harder to finish, and that's why I doubt Patricio will finish me Saturday.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Dan, over here, you mentioned you have a granite head. This card has Marvin Vettori, you, and Max Holloway, 3 of some of the best chins in UFC history. Do you believe chins can be trained, or is it more of a natural thing?
I don't really know, because I've been rocked. Like, let's say that I've been rocked. I've been dropped. I've been kicked down, but I've never accepted quitting. You think about it, you're like, oh, I could just turn around and go to sleep right now. Maybe it's a survival instinct. I have no idea. I'm not a scientist. I just know that this is a fight and anything can happen, and I'm prepared for the worst, but I expect the best.
Thank you, Dan. Best of luck.
Yeah. Just want your thoughts on the main event. How do you think the main event is going to play out between Max and Dustin?
I know we're in Louisiana, but I got Max Holloway winning this one. I love both guys. You know, Dustin Poirier is a legend, and if he wins, if he loses, it's not going to change anything about him as a man, as a person. He's done so much for the sport. He does a lot of good for the community. He gives back. He's got his foundation. He's going to do very well in life. But, you know, just as a fight itself, I mean, Dustin's got 2 wins over Max. I was there at all of them. I was actually training with Max when he got ready for the first fight, when he got his debut call at 4-0. And he fought Dustin Poirier and got triangle armbar there. And then I saw his fight in Atlanta. And I think he was still a little kind of too small. Not too small, but just didn't fill into the 55 weight class yet. It kind of got that came upon fast. But the way he looked against Gagey at 155, just filled out, put on a lot of muscle, looked great. And I always thought he was huge for featherweight. And right now he just looks good. He looks healthy. He's got a good mindset. So does, I mean, Dustin looks incredible too. And may the best man win.
Paulo, over here to your left. Welcome back. A big fight for you. This was supposed to happen last month, right? So can you tell us what happened and what the delay was?
Yeah, I got very sick. I don't know exactly. It's a kind of virus, but I could not train for like 2 weeks. I was very, very sick. As I never before to get a virus so hard like that. So we contacted UFC. We told them, and they were very, very comprehensive. They say, okay, no problem. We understand. Let's move on for next big fight card. When you your doctor say you're gonna be good to go, and I say, oh, kind of 4 weeks, 1 month, and they postpone, and we are here.
Yeah. Do you like being on this card more than the other one, like Dustin Poirier's retirement fight, the BMF title, co-main event? Seems good.
Yes. When I look for this card and I see great names, like I'm a fan of these guys, Max and Dustin, and they update me to co-main event, so I feel good. But at the same time, I will not lie for you. I would like to fight in Las Vegas in the fight week, but was not possible. So was not on my reach, you know. Mm-hmm. I could do nothing about that. So, but I'm happy. I'm happy because everything happens for one reason, and I didn't understand it at the time, but I believe God has a plan for everything. So, okay, I accept.
What do you think of this matchup with Roman Kopylov? Like, you've obviously been fighting only the best guys for so many years now. He hasn't achieved some of the things yet in his career as those guys. So how do you feel about him as an opponent?
Yeah. I don't look for this perspective, this angle. I just see he's as an opponent as everyone else before, and he's the guy that I need to beat. So I'm focused on him. Doesn't matter who he is or what he did before, what legacy he has or not. I'm looking. I'm more. How can I say that? Let me see. Me importo mais. Como é que eu falo isso? I'm more concerned about myself, you know. With a big victory on Saturday, this is gonna jump me up, you know, back to the confrontation with the bigger names in the category. So I don't care too much for him.
Mm-hmm. I know after the Sean Strickland fight, you said you were kind of going to go back to the old Paulo Costa, right? Like not trying to pace yourself as much, very aggressive. Do you still, like a year later, has that just gotten stronger, like knowing that's how you need to fight?
Yes, exactly. I spent 1 year since that fight against Strickland, change for this version that I mentioned, that you mentioned, the old Paulo Costa, you know, chasing and not letting the pace of my opponents be more aggressive, chasing, cut angles, be the offensive, more offensive than just counter. I'm gonna do that. Looking for finish this fight since the very beginning. And so I spent 1 year training this, but not only this, but mostly of all training this change, this strategic change, this mentality change. I did that, and I believe I'm ready to deliver the same as I did in the beginning of my career in UFC.
Mm-hmm. I know you said you hope a win here will put you back up with those top guys in the division. Do you hope Khamzat Chimaev wins the title next month against Dricus, and would that be very motivating for you to hopefully get that fight when he is champion?
I want to fight him very badly. I want to hurt him. Doesn't matter if he won that fight or not. Doesn't matter. We need to fight. He talked very bad things about me on my girl Instagram DM. So this is totally personal. I feel angry just to hear his name. So we need to fight. We are young. We're gonna be online. So I'm gonna do my best Saturday. If God give me the victory, because He knows and He controls everything. But I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get the victory, and I'm gonna call His name. Doesn't matter if He win or not. You know, this fight just will not happen if He retire.
What kind of things was he messaging her?
Huh?
You said he was sending messages in her DMs.
Do you remember? Yeah, dirty things, you know, like, man, you man is, huh? Yeah, you should look for better man, something like that, you know. Thank you.
Paulo.
Dirty things, you know, it is not a kind of a real man, confident man, or to do, you know. Why he messaged her? Why he didn't message me instead of her, you know? Coward. He's a coward.
Paulo, how you doing, man? Welcome to New Orleans. I feel like you're going to be a great fit down here. I know you said that you would have rather the Vegas thing, but I think New Orleans is going to love you, man. I really do. I think you're a great fit for New Orleans, man.
Seja bem-vindo a New Orleans. Só para saber, você é um cara, meu camarada, você falou que Las Vegas era a tua cara, mas acho que New Orleans vai entrar direitinho. Acho que você combina muito com New Orleans. Bro.
I love the city. I went last night to this street, right?
Yeah.
This is amazing, Bourbon Street. Amazing people. Yeah, yes, I love this. I'm glad. Thanks God, I'm here right now, and I'm gonna deliver my best for you guys. You know, for the audience here in New Orleans. You guys deserve. Thank you very much for having me here. Let's go.
I just wanted to ask you: do you tweet out your tweets? Like, do you tweet your?
Yeah, always my guilt.
You are so funny, man.
Yeah, thank you.
You're so funny.
I try. I'm a funny guy, you know. Just because here is a environment of war, so you become more concentrate, less talk, less smiles. But I'm a kind of meme guy. Yeah, I am.
Your tweet about the Conor McGregor stuff the other day, that had me in stitches.
As paradas do Conor que você tweetou recentemente. I think he's checking.
You said that you don't judge. Maybe.
Oh yeah.
And I agree. I feel the same way. Same way.
Yeah, I'm gonna read for everyone who don't know. You know what happened with McGregor, but the people make fun of this, and this is funny until you have your cook in the line, right? So I just say I don't judge. Maybe someday there will pop up some of my dick fought somewhere. I hope not. We never know.
But if it happens, it happens.
Yes. But he react very good after these things, you know. He just move on and fuck. He doesn't give a fuck, yeah.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Paulo.
Thank you.
Paulo, right over here. Patricio Pitbull has a big spot on this card, too. It's a big week for Captain Eric over there. How excited are you to share this card with Pitbull?
It's a big, huge pleasure to be here with a big champion like Patricio. And Coach Captain has spent a lot of years training me and him. I think him much before me, years before. But yeah, he's a legend. It's not easy for him change from one company to another. But I think he's sharp. He's feeling good. I think he did already his debut. Now it's not so new for him anymore. And I think he's going to deliver very well Saturday.
I saw online that you had the secret juice in the cans. Is that officially on the market? Can people go out and buy it? I think it might have been in Brazil, right?
Yes, in Brazil we have already this for sold. this product. And the next step is to start here in America.
What have the people in Brazil thought about it? Has it been selling well?
They like that. They like, yes, I think we just start that. We just sold a couple of boils, but yeah, they like it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, over here. Paulo, I know you said you've been through some tough times the last couple of years, but Tamara has been on your team throughout. What advice did she give you to help get through the tough times and the losses?
A Tamara tem estado com você durante todos esses momentos, toda vez que você tem um revés, um desafio. Que conselhos que ela te dá para quando você passa por reveses e às vezes até mesmo derrotas?
Yeah, it's important to have people who you trust and you believe, really believe on your side. Tamara is a great person, She always tried to pull me up, remember me, who I am, what I can do, because we are so together, so connected. And she's so important. So, and she knows what I can do because she with me every time, every day in the gym, the training. So, only coach and very close friends and family can understand you and see what you can do. And she always be very positive and help me a lot. She deserves a lot of credit on my work.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to circle back to the fight between Hamza and Drickers, how do you break down that fight? What's your prediction?
It's hard to predict something, but I think Drickers is more solid. He can resist the very first rush from Chimaev, Gourmet chain, and then we never know after the third round how Chimaev can, if he can sustain his energy after the third round. So I think this is my question.
Okay, and obviously you just said predictions are hard, but how do you have the main event between Holloway and Dustin?
Hard to predict as well. I'm 50-50. Okay, thank you very much.